meeting of the Zonal Council. Technically no quorum, but we do not have any decisions to vote at this point, at least. If we will not decide at some later point to vote for something, we'll check the quorum again. Dear colleagues, dear friends, happy to see you all. Our Zonal Council is a part of the FIDE Congress. Tomorrow we'll have the General Assembly. I would like to thank everyone who took active part in the meetings of all FIDE commissions during the last few days. There were many proposals presented, many discussions held, and we had a very long FIDE Council meeting 2 days ago to discuss some of those proposals and take necessary decisions. So I would like to thank my fellow council members, commission chairman, secretaries, and members, management board members, and of course, all zonal and continental presidents and representatives for your active work during the entire year and during the last few days at the FIDE Congress. The year is coming to the end, and we have only one tournament left at the FIDE level, World Blitz Championship. And still in some continents tournaments are going on. For instance, Asian Youth is now taking place in the United Arab Emirates. Today we have quite an interesting agenda. We will start with presentations from the Planning and Development Commission regarding the main activities and main tracks of the work that PDC is doing alongside with zonal bodies and all national federations as well as continents. Then we have a couple of proposals to change some of the regulations. I think Susan Namangali will present those proposals, and then we will have the workshop to improve awareness of zonal bodies, presidents, representatives regarding the work body of the of FIDE and PDC in particular, but not only. So Dana will manage part of the Zonal Council meeting on my behalf, deputy chairman of the management board. But I will stay as much as possible as well with you to make sure that you'll be able to ask questions or give some ideas. So I will not take much of your time for the introductory work, introductory word. Lots of things to do. We are preparing, of course, for a 100-year anniversary of FIDE. Dana will give a presentation on that as well. And I do expect that all zones will be included in the activities of various kinds. So please listen carefully to my colleagues, to Dana in particular, but also present your ideas on how we can celebrate 100-year anniversary together. And of course, do not forget that we opened bidding procedures for more than 15 FIDE events, and hopefully we'll receive bids from many of the FIDE zones from various national federations, so that we can make a rational choice out of all the bids that will be presented. So please be active in this process as well. Finally, we will consider and hopefully approve the FIDE budget at the General Assembly tomorrow. Preliminary, we consider the draft budget at the FIDE Council meeting. There are no revolutions. It is stable and sustainable. So we'll continue to provide the support to national and zonal and continental activities in the next few years, next year in particular. So thanks a lot for listening. And with that, I pass the floor to Laurent Frey, the chairman of Development Commission, for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, dear President. Dear friends, President of the zones, welcome to this Zonal Council. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today and start our work together with the first item on the agenda, which is about the activity reviews from the zones. I'm also pleased to have with us Kema Goryaeva, the Secretary of the Commission, who will cover these first items. Kema?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, Zonal Councils, Management Board. Since some of the work during our workshop will be interaction, to give you some food for discussions, we would like to give first the data and information on the zonal activities 2023. And the first part we would like to share with you on the funded projects, programs, and events done by federations within the scope of the zones. So since Europe doesn't have a really zonal orientations, let's say, so they haven't applied for any funds for any activities within the zones. Let me share with you first the African statistics. So African continent applied throughout 2023 for 5 zonal competitions funding, zonal championships. 3 of them were moved to January 2024 in Morocco, Sudan, and another venue is not set up yet. So this year, as I said, only 2 zonal championships were funded by FIDE, and the total amount you can see 7,200. And if you could see this pie chart, which we would like to show the percentage of the priority areas the zones were concentrating on, you would see that the 100% given to for hosting events. With Asia, the situation is a little bit different. Asian continent tried to cover at least 2 priority areas, FIDE priority areas, which is chess capacity building and hosting events. And they organized some activities in almost all zones of their continent. You would see here that seminars for arbiters, organizers, and trainers were done almost in all zones. Zonal championships as well per zone in different countries. They implemented them all, and the total budget, the total funding from FIDE for Asian zones were this amount, 58,646 euros. And if we see the graph, we will see that Asia split the fundings, let's say, into almost equal parts, spending 54.7 for hosting events, zonal championships, and 45.3 for the capacity building activity. As for Americas, this year, American continent and board decided to focus more on the talent trainings, organizing training camps for different ages and for different groups of players, covering the 3 zones, 232, 24, and 235, mostly offline. And the total budget was funded by FIDE was 14,742 euros. And you see the amount next to it, the total budget which the American continent spent. Having all this in mind, the pie chart looks only 100% for the training talent. That's the funding that the Americas used for it. Here I would like to show you how the whole globe, the all 4 continents look like percentage-wise. So almost more than half of the funds used from FIDE funding was used to the zonal championship hosting event. Then capacity building and talent training was also part of the funds. So just to sum up, we would like to underline that these projects and programs and the statistics is given based on what we can see, what we receive as funding requests. But we are sure that there are many activities and programs and events that are not visible to us. That's why probably now at this time we would like to ask you to probably inform us and share what kind of other activities zones did organize, but we're not aware of.
Thanks a lot, Kema. Yes, indeed, the idea is that we have the feeling that probably this looks like an iceberg because we have the view on the money that we provide through the development fund. But if in the audience you have in mind some meaningful projects that were led in your zone and you consider it worth it to share with the group today, we would be welcome to hear about it, as we mainly focused on the zonal competitions, some trainings, usual trainings. Yeah, so the open question is, did any of you, for instance, organize as a zone some special projects, of course, ideally which touch the development of chess, because we are PDC? We would be happy to hear about it. Anybody wants to share some experience?
If I may add, Laurent, colleagues, we have already for 2 years tried to engage zones and motivate them to come with more initiatives and common projects suggested. There has been also a special budget line provided in the FIDE budget, specifically for the supranational organizations. That means the affiliated organizations and zones, particularly in our understanding. It is true also that this year has been a little bit more difficult in the way that our formal criteria and the requirements have been formalized. And we have been devising the funding guidelines that state the minimum criteria that also the zones coming with the initiatives have to comply with, budget-wise and also organizational-wise. We want that zones, if they come together with the projects, have a clear understanding on the distribution of the roles, who is responsible for the projects. Is it a formal organization established, or is it an MOU among the member countries or member federations, or another form? I mean, here we are flexible, but it is very important to understand. For example, if some equipment is purchased, who will be taking responsibility and care about it after the initial phase of using it? So these kind of things. On the other hand, we have also asked to show the financial sustainability of the projects so that it's not a one-off and totally depending on the FIDE funding, but so that we see that there is the ownership of the partners of the federations, that it is a needed project, and there would be also a co-financing provided from the national federations and from the zone members. So these have been the principles alongside with all the other things that have been introduced, reporting and other things. So we want to hear thus also your feedback if you have pointed the attention to these regulations, if you have understood those, what have been the struggling points, if any, at this point, so that we are able also to change and to adjust and improve the financing programs. The next presentation from PDC comes on the way forward, but I believe that this is the high time and the right moment to come back as to have a look at the last year and come with your feedback here, if any.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Dana, for clarifying those items. I also wrote in the chat if some of you are more comfortable with writing comments in the chat. And yeah, the floor is yours, Suzanne.
All right. Thank you, Rahul, and thank you, Dana. I must say that I think from your explanation and clarity, Dan, I think you've said it all. I must say that there's really been some complexity in a number of situations, especially on the criteria for funding for the zone. I think in the other proposals or agenda items that I'm going to talk about, I think that's also related. Because in mostly you find zonal zones don't have, like in other continents, they don't have formal structures, and then it depends on the federations to accept to host events, include whether it's capacity building, whether it's hosting of an event like a competition. So we find in some situations where you want to implement an event and there's no willing hosting federation willing to take up the event and implement. And then in the absence also of formal structures, where you find most zones don't have even just an account, even just in a bank account, because it's just not a formal structure. You just have the zonal president there. It's been difficult to get like the zonal federations to get funding through them for them to be able to implement or host an event. But I think, Dana, you said it better, that I think this year has been tough. We've had challenges really, and I think it's important that we need to discuss. And I'm happy on the agenda, on the PDSC agenda, there is also for us to discuss the role of the zones in development, because I really feel that the zones have a crucial role to play, that we just have to discuss and think through how we can empower and make the zones to be functional than what they are right now.
Thank you, Susan. You want to say something, Dana?
No. I thank Susan for these comments, and looking forward also for the initiative proposal, how to probably better structure and organize the work and administrative part of the zones that will come later today in the agenda. I hope that we can listen to the presentation of Madam Susan also in a more detailed way, and consider probably some suggestions for the way forward in the council, because yes, here we really need your help, how to understand what is the right threshold for us to have a control on the sustainability of the projects from one hand. On the other hand, what is feasible administration-wise to the zones, and what would work also for preparation of such projects.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to react also on one of the comments from Susan, you see from today's agenda that it's very important for us in PDC also to have a much more active interaction with you. One of the topics will be about the development levels, which we'll speak about later, and it's kind of strategic for the future. And for us, this is a very important move, that we actually start speaking about it today with you, rather than going directly to the federations, to have you on board and have this enhanced role of the zones. And such proposals and requests from Susan, they would help you get better structured and so on. So Alan's writing, US chess has a number of interesting programs to expand chess, but as a single nation zone, I'm not sure it helps much to share those in the forum. Good point, Alan. I mean, maybe you felt it, and you will feel it even more in the next slide that we will share. Mostly when we analyze data, you're right, we focused on multi-federation zones. It doesn't mean that the mono federation zone don't exist, but I mean the challenge is probably bigger when you have to deal with several entities and only be the zonal president without an entity around you. But in any case, whether it's from a mono federation zone or multi-federation zone, if you have some programs which you feel can be interesting, this is well aligned with the philosophy we have when we when we fund projects, if we identify some projects which are interesting, the idea is not to say, okay, you keep it secret on your end, but we want to put them on the public place that other federations can replicate and so on. Do we have any other inputs before we move to the active interactive part on the zone as an actor of chess development, so to project ourselves in the future? Yes, André?
I took over the zone 1.2 in the last General Assembly, and what I realized is that we have this overlap with Mitropa. So we have already a structure which is quite developed, but in the zone 1.2 there is a kind of passivity in the sense of doing other championship because of this Mitropa system. So that would be perhaps something also to be discussed, how the zone and the Mitropa could be brought nearer.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I would say, as Kema introduced it in her speech, that the European case is a bit different from the other continents. Basically, as far as I know, the only zonal, if we call it this way, championship organized in Europe is the small nation. And the small nation zone, they are actually existing also like an affiliated organization. But the other zones, they go directly to the European Championship without zonal competitions, which is totally different from the other three continents, which actually organize the competitions.
Yes, but Laurent, to add on top of that, you would see that the positive experiences there, for example, the African continent, where the continent kind of takes also lead and motivates the zones, for example, suggesting some qualification at the zonal level. Yeah, so in Europe, this is, André, a very good example that you highlighted that actually shows that where there is a formal structure like Mitropa, like Balkan, like small nations, like other associations that are also, in most cases, the affiliated organizations to FIDE, it is much easier to actually agree on some events to be organized. At your level, in your case, I believe that it is actually your task as the zonal president to reach out to Mitropa organization and agree on the cooperation. It would not be FIDE that would, be the judge and, somehow try to intervene. That is something that you should do. But this is also one good example, as I said, where we see that the more formalized the cooperation is, the better it helps to come to the common projects.
Yes.
But I think there is something here that may be illustrative from our zone, even though we are a single nation zone. U.S. Chess is made up of a series of state affiliates. So it's very much organized in the same way FIDE is, in that individual states have their own organization. And so what we have done as part of expansion of, it's kind of a capacity expansion, but it's also looking at underserved groups, is we had initiated a program, kind of our own little PDC, but we took some funding and set it aside and asked the different, when you talk about using the zone as a development body, we took some funding, set it aside, and asked our state affiliates to give us some ideas about engaging and expanding with women and girls and looking to expand female participation in chess, and just basically ask them to submit funding proposals and set aside and funded about 8 or 10 projects across the nation, organized by separate affiliates. So to put it in a zonal context, use that for funding at different national federations The important part was not funding the project. The important part was it was a test bed to see what would work. And then when we got those done, we brought the reporting back and shared that with everyone. You know, here's what we tried here, and it either worked pretty well or it didn't. Some of those were tournaments that were focused on underserved populations. Some of those were workshops. Some of them were talent development, all the sort of things that you've been talking about here. But the key thing here to report, I think, was to emphasize the sharing of the results of that and the sharing of the ideas, because you know, there were some people out in Arizona that had a very interesting concept about how they were going to do it, and you know, and that created a kind of a sister project to it up in Michigan. So that's just a thought that that might be useful.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an interesting mindset to group more energy, basically, to propose some testing and ideas for the benefit of the community in general.
And one benefit was it didn't have a centralized way of thinking about it. And so, you know, very much in the zonal context, the culture is a little bit different in some of the different countries and multi-nation zones and the local circumstances, but there are similarities. So a project that may be tailored to a certain area can be adjusted slightly and applied in a different national federation in that zone.
So at this point, Laurent, would you be willing to go to the next step for the way forward on the zones?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of timing, we are at that point indeed. So the next item, Kema, is about the zone as an actor.
Yeah, this is actually the continuation of the discussions that we have started now, whether it's mono federation zone or multi-federation zone. It should be the actor of developing and helping federations to develop, let's say. With this graph, we would like to show you the statistics throughout 2023, how many federations per zone applied for funding, which means equally implemented some projects, to show you the involvement of the federations. Since we more focus on 3, 4, 5 federation levels, please have a look at this relevant columns. You will see that, for instance, in 1.1 European zone, there is 1 federation, and it actually applied for the funds. Yeah, whereas, for instance, if you see lower in, let's say, Africa, and 4.1 African zone, having 12 federations in a zone, we see that only 4 federations applied for funds. And from our previous silent...
I can't see the screen. Can you share your screen?
It is shared.
It is shared. So.
Yes, I can see it.
So the screen is shared. Probably you need to enlarge the screen.
Yeah, or scroll to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or for instance, if you we take American zone 232 with 7 federations in a zone, only 3 federations implemented some activities with the help of FIDE funds. And you can see also the percentage, which would give you some understanding on how zones and how federations acted last year. And there is really a lot of space to work and cooperate zone federations to help them, well, be more active, let's say. Laurent?
Yeah, thank you, Kema. So indeed, this gives us just a partial view of the full picture. And now the idea is to have you indeed propose your ideas on how it could position the zone in a better way to be an active element of development in general. As we mentioned, we have implemented the possibility to fund zones directly from the development fund in 2023. That was a novelty this year. However, none of the zones directly came to us, probably because it's complicated somehow for you without an existing structure. And yeah, we would like to have your view how you would maybe in the similar approach that Alan described about fostering collaboration among the members. Yeah, what do you feel that would help to better position you as an actor of development?
I'm actually thinking, Roho, that maybe before we get to there, if we could discuss what are the challenges so far. We have seen, I think the numbers don't look good at all. If the federations are applying, what has been the challenges? What are the issues? Why is it that the federations are not accessing or are not applying for the funding? So I thought maybe we need to have that understanding first to understand the challenges so far, and then from there, then we can discuss the other things.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. Do you have any challenges to advertise, or I see that there is one raised hand by Tepiso.
Tepiso, Madam President.
Good afternoon, team. Thank you so much for a fruitful engagement. Let me take this opportunity to share one incident in the zone where a zonal president took an initiative to merge one open event with the zonal championship. I'm talking about Mr. Bongo Barthelemy, who is a zonal president for Zone 4.3, because there was no country coming on board to say they can hold the zonal championship because of lack of government support or lack of sponsorship from the corporate world. Now, on this matter regarding the zonal funding, when you look into the countries, I think the challenges has been to write reports so that they can get support from FIDE. Secondly, the outstanding areas from FIDE, because most of our countries, they don't qualify for support because they are in areas. I've seen Victor mentoring some national federations so that they can have a plan to clear their debt with FIDE. We can discuss here, but most of level 5, level 4 countries, they're in debts. They don't qualify to apply for this funding. In terms of collaboration with existing structures, like one of my colleagues was mentioning Metropa, I think it's a great initiative. Just 3 weeks ago, as an African, I learned that Association of Africa Sports Council is not actually the Africa Union Sports Council. The zones that we wanted to adopt in the past are not actually aligned to the Africa Union. So Africa Union has its own structure, which means, if I can give an example, our zone 4.5, according to Africa Union, it has to encompass Tanzania, the DRC, the Seychelles, and Madagascar. So if we want to be part of their games and collaborate with FIDE, it can be easy because already they have a structure in place. All they do is the government of Zimbabwe or Botswana, they can apply for funding directly for FIDE to fund chess during their championship, of which it's some area that we can look into. But when you look into the appointments, the Zone 4.5 zonal president does not cover Madagascar, the Seychelles, or the Tanzania. they're covered by Zone 4.4. And I think these are the areas that we can exploit as a team in future. Thank you so much for giving me the platform.
Thanks a lot. So if I understand properly, basically we have discrepancy between the usual way of splitting Africa and the chess way of splitting it, correct?
Very correct.
Okay. Yeah, then indeed, I don't know Dana's view on this, but I think the more harmonized we are, the better it is in general.
If I may, to refer to 3 points that Madam Chapiso raised. One is the reporting and the difficulty of the application. Second, if I noted correctly, it is the debt of the federations. And the third, it is the coordination of the zones in the continent. So as for the first one, reports, yes, indeed, it is a fact that not only at the zonal level, but even at the federation national level, our applicants do not have very strong capacities, especially because our target group, it is not the most developed federations, but those are the less developed federations that quite often do not have also the administrative capacity. And this is something that we have acknowledged already a while ago.
Dana. Sorry,
Yes.
not to interject, but most of the federation leaders, some of them are even judges in the High Court. They have this, but they don't have time.
Okay. I mean, the reasons might be difficult, but as you mentioned, some don't have time, some do not have also the human capacity. I mean, the teams are, as a rule, very small working for the federations, but also some lack skills. So this is the reason why we try now to provide the training on a personal level, meeting with the federations, talking with them, helping them to go through this way of preparing the applications. And this is why also, as the second part of today's seminar, we have suggested the federations, the zones to join and to learn more about budgeting, about project preparation, seemingly simple things that might be useful. I mean, understanding that we cannot solve all the capacity issues, but at least do something that can be done at our level. As for the debts, yes, again, this is an issue that the federations that do have debts do not comply with the development fund requirements, but we have this instrument in place, and I also urge the federations to use it to agree with our financial department on the plan, on the schedule, how the debt can be covered. I mean, FIDE is not in the position to write off the debts, because then that would be a Pandora box you open, you would never close. But we are quite flexible in agreeing on the schedule. And if the schedule of the payments has been agreed, then formally the federation is not in debt and can apply for the development fund. So that's the second thing. And I believe that the case that Madam Chapiso referred to, where our colleague, Mr. Bologan, had intervened and tried to assist, is exactly this, that an agreement on the schedule has been reached. The third one on the continents, I can see very well the argument why the FIDE zones should comply with as much as possible with those zones or structures that can allow to better integrate chess in some other administrative structures, in some sports activities, and also unveil some new potential continental financial opportunities. And I believe that here at the political level, the council, that is actually the one institution that takes the decision and approves the list of the councils of the zones, would be flexible. But the initiative needs to come from the continent, and the agreement within the continent that the changes are needed among the zones should be there. So I believe that this is then something for you to consider with the colleagues at the continental level, if the zonal presidents, if the national federations would be flexible and ready to adjust, because I believe if there are arguments why it is needed, that it would unveil better financing opportunities for you, this could be done. It's not easy to agree, I believe, but under your leadership, I believe that can be achieved. I mean, zones are not set in stone. Council does have the mandate to change them if there is a will and demand and support at the continental level.
Yes,
So
thank you.
Yes, there's also, I see a question in the chat or a comment.
Yeah, it's a comment from Susan. Some federations took the initiative to negotiate payment schedule and others did not. Those who took initiative were supported. We need our federations to take initiative to ready the RS problem. Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
This is exactly what I commented, that we urge the federations, even if they have debt, do not hide away from us. Come and we will find a solution.
Exactly. Generally speaking, it's interesting. It's your own destiny, and the same for the funding projects. I mean, in general, when we receive a project, our aim is not to say we don't want to fund the project. To the contrary, we try to help you formalize it properly and so on. But there needs to be an initial energy from the federation who are in the situation first. Yeah, to remedy.
Any other colleague comments, suggestions, colleagues, for the way forward?
Okay, Tim, I have a quick question here.
Yes,
I think most of our zonal presidents are in attendance. There is, for example, Zone 4.4 Championship. So can this event be funded by the zonal budget, or it can be funded by the continental budget?
Both.
Well,
both. Yeah, the short answer, Madam President, is both. If you see that it is a priority of the continent, and it has always normally been a priority of the African continent to support the zones, that is your prerogative, and we are happily supporting that. But it can also be financed from the zonal program, but something that then needs to be considered, it is the financing criteria, which is the minimum co-financing of the zone itself. If they can raise the funding in big enough, then that's a tick. The second one is that the zone needs to have a clear responsibility structure, which I believe, again, if the zone has agreed on an organizer, should not be a problem.
Okay, Laura, can you say it in French? Yassine is here.
Yes.
Because we are having a side conversation.
So you expect me to translate what Dana explained in French?
Yes, yes. So that
the French speaking colleagues would better understand. I understand.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Donc le principe, c'est que concernant le financement des zonaux, il peut y avoir deux approches. Soit c'est considéré comme une priorité pour le continent, et dans ce cas-là, ça fait partie de son plan annuel. Ça a été le cas jusqu'à présent, et c'est le cas pour 2023. Soit la zone peut elle-même demander du financement, comme on l'a annoncé en début d'année. Simplement, ça apporte des contraintes dans le sens où il faut non seulement que vous receviez le financement de la part de la FIDE, mais également que vous ayez des fonds propres par des sponsors ou par d'autres subventions de votre côté. On n'accepte pas de financer l'intégralité du projet sur le fonds de développement.
If here it's clear, we have another message from Bartholomew in the chat. When you have no support from your government, what can you do? We try to solve this.
Yeah, Coris, let me quickly respond. One of the initial steps you can make is to request me personally to write a letter to your government to request support and to start the dialogue on that with your sport ministry and the government, and that can bring some fruits, maybe not immediately, but at least that's a good first step. Also, if you have international companies in your country, I can address also those international companies where I know more or less the higher management. I'm not saying it will immediately resolve the issue. It will take time, but at least we can try.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Another question. I see that Zone 44 wants to speak. Please, Yassine.
Je souhaite discuter ou parler en français, si M. Laurent peut traduire. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Ok, oui, j'entends bien.
Laurent, will you help
D'accord.
us? The rest,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
D'accord. Ici, dans mon cas, en zone 4.4, nous avons soumis la demande à la présidente de la Confédération africaine. Donc jusqu'à présent, notre demande est soumise, mais n'a pas été totalement soumise. Est-ce que le fonds sera transmis à la fédération haute de la zone, ou est-ce que c'est elle qui doit soumettre à nouveau la demande, ou est-ce que c'est moi qui dois soumettre la demande? Parce que je n'ai pas très bien compris. Au niveau des sponsoring, évidemment que la fédération haute a sa propre sponsoring.
Okay, so the question is
Les
pretty
fonds
technical.
alloués à la... Les
Excuse-moi, Yassine.
fonds alloués à la... D'accord.
Laurent?
Oui, je crois que
Les fonds alloués à la... Vous avez compris la question?
Oui, j'ai compris. There has been some delay in the transmission. Okay, so basically the question is they have applied for support. It's quite a technical question, but they have applied to the continent to be supported for the zonal competition 2023. The continental president already went to us and announced that 3 zones which did not have the opportunity to organize. And that could be also a question to answer why we did not manage to organize in 2023, the 2023 edition, which will be in January. But anyway, we got information that 3 zonals will be organized in January, and we are just waiting for the formal document, which is part of the process to evaluate and confirm the support as part of the standard process of PDC. So my understanding is that there is a will from the continent to support you anyway.
So Laurent, if you could explain what is the formal side that we are still waiting. I understand that is the adjustment of the continental plan. Or
no, the adjustment, okay, it's not exactly an adjustment because they had already included the zonal in the plan. Simply, they informed us that either it was planned for December and postponed by a few weeks or something. In any case, those 3 zonals, they plan to have them in January. The 2023 zonals in January 2024. So in terms of positioning, we said, okay, they are the 2023 ones with a bit of delay. No problem. This is those 3 items from your plan. Simply, the formal process is that you have the plan that you do at the start of the year as a continent. And then whenever you execute a project and you ask for the funding, you send a drawdown request. So we are just waiting for those drawdown requests.
So what we can do now, Laurent, if I understand correctly from the question and the answer, is that we can confirm conceptually that there would be a support to these zonal events, since the request has been coming from the continent, and that's the priority of the continent, and that doesn't exceed the limits of the continent. But a formal process is still to be finalized as soon as possible. Correct?
That's much better summarized than I did. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Laura and Dana. You know, from what I gather from Yassine, the request comes from the continent, but as the zonal presidents, they are saying they need to have the power as well to apply for zonal funding. Now, you know, that is where now the catch is, because the support, the 100,000 grant is for continental support. But now if we are to divide the 100,000 per zone, then we'll have to divide that 100,000 by zone. And now we are going to be having a continental championship that we need to support again through the continental fund. So Yasin wants to know, when we are drawing the budget, normally the budget is submitted by the host federation to ACC. So Yasin might say, as the zonal president, I should be the one applying for funding, because normally we use the continental drawdown form. So that is why I asked earlier to say, in case the zone wants to apply for funding, can they use the drawdown request using the zonal support funding form?
This is not exactly what I heard from Yasin. Yasin is happy to get the money through the continent. I mean, he does not necessarily want to apply. If you had it in your plan, I would just kind of repeat what Dana said. It's in your plan as part of the priorities. So for this year, at least, I think there is no real question. Basically, the money is planned. We are just waiting for the drawdown to say, okay, we send it and you execute the project as it was planned. For the future, maybe the key word would be kind of transition. And this will be important. In the coming days, we will schedule a meeting with the continents in order to speak about the plans for 2024. And that will be, especially when you have a high component of zonal support in your continental plan, maybe if you want to reduce this, then we need to think transition with the corresponding zonal presidents, so that they don't just think, okay, it's been historically a priority of the continent, but now it's not anymore, and they did not anticipate in proper way. Victor?
If I may, on top of that, yes, again, I can repeat that for the zonal championship, a zone can come with the initiative themselves, but what needs to be followed then is the financial criteria that are set in our guidelines. It is no more than 20,000 for a project and no more than 50% of the overall costs of the project. So this is one important formal criteria that needs to be followed if a zone comes with the initiative themselves.
Thank you, Dana. Victor?
Victor, unmute.
Yes, sorry, I am just in a loudly place. Sorry for that. Dear colleagues, this zonal approach is very important in order, especially for development strategy of FIDE. And this year I had at least 5 visits only to Africa in order to support this movement, and I can say that there is something we have to still develop. And talking about the budget, I think the biggest part which needs to be clarified is exactly the amount which is given to the continents in order to develop the continental program, and what amount is given to zonal zones in order to develop the zone programs. Because the confusion is that there is also a budget line in FIDE which supports some zonal initiative, some affiliated association initiatives, and so on. Here we have to clarify. I think it would be very good practice before we approve the budget on the council level and General Assembly level, to specify exactly for each continent which amount is going for the zonal, for the zones. So then we will not be in a situation when people will be happy or not happy with the decision of continental body, because 100,000 it's a good money, but it's never enough to satisfy all the parties. So I think this clarity will be definitely better. For example, now we have upcoming zonal tournament in Madagascar, and they are not sure what support they have to, they are right to have. I mean, so they apply for more, they get less, everybody is unhappy. So I think, and this we should do as soon as possible. Of course, as Laurent said, for the future years, we have to plan it in advance, but even a rectification in this situation, because we are still in 23 and 24 is upcoming, would be really helpful. So I think as a concrete approach would be to have a meeting of the continental residents and FIDE management and financial team, and of course FIDC, to have such an agreement and to have such a clarity. And as we know, Dana knows very well, as former finance minister, the rectification to the budget are always possible in order to exactly have this more clarity. That would be my suggestion. Otherwise, I want to thank everybody involved in this process, the PDC, Dana, the PISO, and other continental presidents for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I think I could also comment a little bit on this, just for the colleagues' clarification or understanding. As we have in the budget, and the draft budget has been prepared and most probably will be also supported by the General Assembly, which is very much similar that was planned for the 2023. There is a fixed amount for each continent of 100,000 euros, and the continent, as per our guidelines, does come with the initial conceptual plan to FIDE in the beginning of the year, so that we also can have a negotiation and understanding what are the priorities of the continent. That's one part. There is quite a big flexibility within what the continents want to finance at this amount. The approaches differ from continent to continent, which is also good because the continents are different. But we still need to know this information so that to have a better planning also on the yearly basis. And also because we have this other budget line, as I already mentioned, it's still limited. It's 150,000 for the supranational organizations, which is affiliated organizations and which is zones. So this is the limit. So basically, first come, first served. Those projects that come and would comply with the quality criteria and financial criteria would normally get the support, but it is limited. You need to compete. If you are a zonal zone and would come with your projects, I mean, you compete for these 150,000 with other affiliated organizations, other zones that might get activated next year and probably be first. So this is something. I mean, there's always some flexibility about the budget, but there is not too big the flexibility. You know, if we have the overall development fund in FIDE at the level of 2 million, yes, then 150 for the supranationals, 400 for the continents. The rest is for the Commission priority projects and the federations. There's not that big flexibility. So this is one thing that needs to be kept in mind. If you are added as the priority of the continent within their 100,000, that's already more or less guaranteed. If you come as a separate project, still possible, but need to qualify for the administrative, financial, and quality criteria, and you compete with the others within the limits of the budget available in FIDE.
Thanks a lot for clarifying this point, Dana, and I hope that this advertisement of the competition will answer one of the issues that we highlighted during the Commission meeting, that we got last minute applications this year. So hopefully next year we got them earlier. Victor?
Yes, thank you, Laurent. And just as a remark, it's good to have a competition, but definitely it's good to have some inputs from the PDC. What type of projects the zonal presidents are able to suggest to submit? What are the time frames? When the competition starts, when the competition ends, what is the maximum they can apply for, and for which purposes they can apply, because this, I think this needs quite a good explanation. And because if you just, I mean, come up with 20,000-30,000 budget, for example, for the zonal in Madagascar, and then you compete with some Ibero-American which will apply for the same amount. And you will have also already submitted some funds from the continental budget, then it will be full confusion. So there is some clear, simple guidelines would be welcome, taking into consideration the existing already agreements of the continental body, if they have some support, and what is the maximum, what is the minimum, for which purposes. That would be really helpful because, and also we have to keep in mind, as Dana said, 150,000 for all affiliated organizations, and we have some important events which we traditionally support, like Ibero-American, like Francophonie, other events. So then we have to also to keep it in mind, like which are regularly applying, to be honest. So we have to put it all in one place and then to have for that as well. But otherwise, yes, the approach is okay, but more inputs, more details would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, okay, of course, communication is always something we can improve, but except this 150,000, which is something which is part of the budget, and we did not write it as part of the guideline. We published guidelines in March. We had a 2-hour webinar explaining the whole context. Dana just shared the Appendix A, which are the guidelines. So the rules of the game, they are known. But my understanding from the start of your intervention, it's also related to a question that I would have had to the presidents today. Say, how can we help you? So yeah, basically my understanding now is that one of the ways to help is to continue promoting, getting in touch with you to explain at the start of the cycle what we would either encourage to fund, or what you are simply eligible to ask for funding. And step by step, this would be a more integrated process in your day-to-day life as a zonal president and zonal entity, more widely speaking.
Yes, as Laurent told, I just also shared the guidelines that are published on the PDC website, where there are the financial and other criteria to be followed for the national federations, for the continents, for the commissions, and also particularly that interests you, it is for the zonal projects. Those are very useful to read. And if there are any questions, please come back to PDC for the consultations. And as Laurent said, we will continue training, we will continue informative seminars so that you are aware of the opportunities and you feel encouraged to come and use this funding that we are interested to use. I mean, this year we saved some on the zonal activities, but we are happy to support good projects. That's why the development funding is meant for. So thanks a lot, dear colleagues, for this very practical discussion and questions posed that are useful, I believe, to all the zonal presidents. Thank you, Chipiso, as well. I think we, at this point, can get further and come back to a very complicated project that has been hanging in the air for several years already. You know that we have 5 development levels now in FIDE. All the federations have been divided according to the criteria which have been questioned, and rightly so. The basic criteria now for establishing the development levels are the strengths of the top players, which is a good as one of the criteria, but most of us understand that it's not explicit enough and it doesn't give the fully objective information on the state of the play of the federations, especially when it comes to the need of the development funding. So our goal is really to try to revise these criteria for the development levels and to use more of the relevant aspects evaluated while setting the development levels. There have been several attempts to approach the matter. All of them have failed. Sometimes it has not been the right time, too close to the elections, right after the elections, other tasks being as the priority. But at some point, we need to come back, and our priority really is to work on this issue over the following year. And this is why I have asked also our colleagues from PDC to use this opportunity and share their considerations at this format, because I believe that you are kind of one of the most experienced ones. If you have been elected also as the zonal presidents, you have the mandate to at least at this consultation level. But that is not binding, please remember that. And that is why we are also asking for all the ideas, all the commentaries, good, bad, what you like, what you don't like, to be put on the table as the working material for PDC to go further. So yes, as I said, I've asked to make this presentation today for your consideration, and to be able to set the guidelines and way forward for the Commission to work on the matter. I understand, Laurent, that Carolina will be the main person presenting that. I'm happy that she has taken the leadership of this very complex project. I'd be happy to give the floor to her.
Okay, I need to make myself Carolina, unfortunately, because she's absent and she has work commitments today, so she apologizes for her absence. And I'm glad that you mentioned her, because indeed she prepared the coming presentation, collected information. So Dana made the introduction about the current working of the development level, so I don't need to repeat it. Just for your illustration, this is how it looks in terms of split. So we have like around 20% of level 1 to 3, a little bit less of level 4, and quite some more level 5 federations in general. And when we prepared this with Carolina, we thought, okay, what should be the orientation? Because as mentioned by Dana, there has been some work in the past. It did not transform the try, if it's the correct expression in English. There was a huge work done by the previous team. Theo from Greece was one of the main actors in this exercise, and so we don't want to throw everything away. We want just to make sure that later we have better success in validating a new system. So we thought it's interesting to understand how the different usages of the development levels exist today. So on this slide, I won't read in details, but in the financial regulations, we have different areas like waiving of rating fees. We can also have waiving of participation fees from the participants of an organizing federation, entry fees raised for the organizer when they come from a lower developed federation, and so on. This graph we overlooked when we copy pasted the items, that there are not the values, so we will change it later. But this graph in itself gives an interesting clue that, if you remember, the biggest proportion of federations, they were of level 5, around 27%. And the smallest proportion was from level 4. And in this one, we have level 4, level 5 waived rating fees. And you can see that level 4 is more, let's say, active in this area, which means that there is a kind of inconsistency, or maybe not an inconsistency, but a question. Why don't level 5 organize more tournaments, or why do we have this opposition between the natural split and the actual benefit of the situation? So maybe we should find ways to better help level 5 federations to organize tournaments. During the pitch meetings, just a couple of words about what we introduced this year. When we meet, when we get a request for funding, we introduce the pitch meeting, which is a half-an-hour meeting with the federations in order to better understand their context and about their projects. And in several occasions, the federations, they did not know that they would have rating fees waived because they are on a lower level of development. So this is maybe also something, it's not directly the topic of this development level, but of the previous one, like how can you as a zone maybe also help spreading to the federations in your area what kinds of benefits they can get from FIDE in general, and in this context, based on the development level they are in. Another item is about the Congress and the Olympiad. So there is some support, subsidies, depending on your development level. You get more or less supported to attend those events. And so this is just an illustration on how the different federations from different levels were supported in the previous iteration for the last Congress. And now the important thing is to project ourselves in the future. So we know how it is used. What would we expect to do? We want to answer a few questions. Like, we all have the same diagnostic, I guess. The top 10 active rated players average is an interesting input, but currently it's the only input. And this causes problems or gaps, because on the one hand, you might have very good players and then your top 10 is pretty strong, but the economical situation of your country is very challenging. And then you don't get support, although you struggle to get your own finance and such things. So the objective of the project is to
find more factors, right? To find more factors which will help measure the development level of a federation as accurately as possible. And that's what Dana mentioned, that work was done, but we need to collect more information, more feedback from the federations, and we will start doing this work now.
Yeah, absolutely, Kema. That's the approach we have. Basically, as said previously, there was some technical work done. Now we want to benefit from the previous work and better work together with the federations, with the zones, and yeah, probably as the zone, you will be a kind of catalyst, if I can say it this way, for the project, in the idea that we chose to start this initiative today so that you get aware of it, and we can then build the foundations on the project, on the zonal council. So the idea is we want to be on the way to Budapest 2024. So the next General Assembly, by the next General Assembly, propose a system that would be a consensus, basically, of how we should position the development levels. If we see maybe some usage, I think I'm already speaking about the future slides. So just about the planning, the idea to reach Budapest, it means that shortly after this meeting, we want to get in touch with the federations, collect inputs from them, understand better what would cause problem to accept a new system. Basically, we are trying to start a kind of change management project in a way for those things, because basically a few technical aspects were already studied very deeply and will probably be included in a way or another in the future system. So in the first quarter, we expect to have a first draft. Then during the second quarter, make sure that we have a final proposal so that in September we can move on with the actual proposal to the General Assembly or the council. I'm not 100% sure which entity is the one which will be solicited, but in any case, we need to do things properly. And so, as said, Kema, you want to
No, I just wanted to say that we will shape the exercise how to collect the information from the national federations, because they're our main stakeholders, let's say. But here at this zonal council, we just wanted to start brainstorming. Probably you will have some great ideas that we will remember for future work. And of course, later on, you will have the feedback from the national federations to review as well. Yeah, and what we are trying to do is that we try to understand how we position ourselves, where the development fund, development level list will be used. Yeah, and for future calculations, what factors should be added, what measures should be counted for calculating the development level. Yeah, and as Laurent mentioned, understand why the work that was done by previous team was not validated at all. I mean, it was considered, as Dana mentioned as well, but it was not the result of approval.
Yes, I mean, what for us, one thing which is very important is the meaning of things, which means that when we approach this project, it's important to understand how the development levels will be used. One of the questions on the screen at the moment is, what incentives do we have for climbing to a higher development level? I mean, if we want to see things negatively, we could think, oh, but why would I climb? Because then I get lower support. So in a way, I think it would be good if we find a solution to say, okay, you were 5, but when you get 4, you get extra kind of help. But we need to confront it to reality, and I guess the budgets would be kind of limited. I don't know if you have any opinion on that, Dana?
Yes, thank you, Laurent, for the presentation. I see that Susan has asked the question asking why the average rating for top 10 players was only a factor to determine development level of a federation. I do not have this.
In fact, it's not a question, Dana. I'm just curious. I'm just like, why was this the only factor, you know? So I think
it's difficult for me to answer because I don't have the historical memory when it was confirmed it was a different administration, and I believe that probably some of the federation or zonal presidents could be remembering and could share with us. But what we see, it is not objective enough, as Laurent told, that for example, the economic situation of the country is not that considered at all. And given that currently the development levels are mainly used as the criterion for development fund, and the development fund mainly is now focused to support the less developed federations in need, then it seems to be a very vague criterion as an only one. I believe that you probably do already have questions or comments, dear zonal presidents, but my suggestion would, Laurent, be that in order to somehow launch the discussion, not only pose these open questions, but give some initial thought of what PDC has already been considering as the potential criteria to be included, or not criteria, factors to be included to define the development level. Because, you know, when you have an open question, it's difficult to formalize the opinion. When you have something to reflect on, that's much more easier.
Yeah, basically there were several different orientations. They kept the existing one about the level of the top of the hierarchy in the country, but also included some criteria related to the economical situation of the federation, of the country, not the federation. Also considering some ratio of players compared to the global population in the country, such kind of things, which not only put the technical aspects represented by the ELO rating, but the positioning of the of let's say the financial capabilities, if I can call it this way, and the representativity of the federation in the country. I mean, if you have, I don't know, 200 players in Monaco, maybe, and forgive me if I take a wrong a wrong ratio, maybe it's better, proportionally speaking, than 2 million in the US. So those kinds of considerations about a more global context. I think it can be also interesting. I don't remember by heart if it was included in the proposals or not. It can be interesting to also consider the federation itself, like where is it, or how many clubs and things like that, to understand if there is a strong structure or what kind of other elements need to be worked out. Yeah, Suzanne wrote country cost of living. Yes. Yeah, you don't do everywhere in the world the same thing with €1 or 1,000 or 5,000. Do we have any?
So I understand, Laurent, the overall economic situation in the country, like the purchase parity power, like the GDP, then the overall number of the players and its ratio compared to the global one as the factor that you consider. The strengths of the players or the quality as well to still be remaining as the indicator for the excellence, with the minimum resources getting the maximum result. Yes. So does this sound like the right direction, dear colleagues? Any?
I'm sorry.
Ali?
I'm Ali Sheikh from Comoros. I cannot speak very fluently English as people there, because I speak Comorian language, French. I'm sorry. Vous savez pertinemment, mon frère Laurent, vous savez pertinemment, comme vous venez de le dire, que les pays ne sont pas identiques en termes de budget, en termes d'activité, en termes de prise en charge de toutes les activités. Les Comores, certes, il s'agit des îles. Rejoindre les îles pour développer l'activité, ce n'est pas aussi évident. Alors, forcément, nous avons vraiment besoin d'être accompagnés dans ce projet, un projet dynamique qui sera nous faciliter à faire le déplacement des éducateurs, des encadreurs, pour que effectivement le jeu prenne un autre ascendant au niveau de notre pays. Je m'excuserai parce que peut-être je ne devrais pas vraiment y intervenir dans ce sens, mais l'intérêt de développer le jeu, développer l'activité des échecs au niveau du pays prend un autre ascendant, et ça pourrait être aussi mieux si, avec des efforts d'accompagnement, on se retrouve notamment l'année prochaine.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Merci, Ali. So Ali highlighted the context of countries which are an island, and then the geography is much more complicated to cover than when you are just one land in general. I skipped, it was a bit long, so I'm not a professional interpreter, but I think this was the
geographical factor.
The key idea, the key idea I quote, and they expect some support to face this kind of challenges.
That's a tremendous challenge, of course, in the Caribbean. In the Americas, we have that very much with our Caribbean zones.
Yeah, absolutely.
This has been Alan and Ali and colleagues actually already factored in the traveling grants. So you would notice that whenever we are suggesting the traveling grants for the Olympiad, the distance is one of the factors. Then it's not purely the development level that comes into the play. So this is also something that we can consider as the solution, that not all the factors are used for the development level, but for the specific support we can add on additional ones. Like for traveling grants, it's important. For other grants, might not be that relevant. Yeah. Else? Yeah, one thing that I remember that was also the deterring factor to agree on the changes was that, as any reform, you know, at the end of the day, some would be the winners, some would be the losers. Otherwise, I mean, if everyone is a winner, then that's not a reform. Then that's a populism more in most cases. Yes. So I believe that when coming up with a new system that would have some detrimental effect to some of the federations, that would require us to give some transition period. Not that it would be introduced, I know, from tomorrow, but give some time for the federations to.
But it's important what Laurent said about incentives anyway. Since while climbing to a higher level, you should not lose like everything. If you climb whatever the measurement is, let's say it's ranking with points out of 100. So you climb from 59 points to 61 points. If you have 60 as a benchmark for the next development level, you lose a lot by climbing just 2 points. So you will never do it. So you should lose 2%, not 30% from climbing to the next level.
Correct, Mr. President. This was the point that I was just going to come to. Another factor is the incentive to improve. Currently, I mean, the current system does not motivate you to come to a higher level and improve. So this also has to be changed. Or the alternative, I mean, as one alternative that came into our minds was to have a gradual decrease of this support. Or another one was have a flat support to all the less developed ones, and then to have some positive incentive in a way of a potential additional grant to those who show the excellence, the growth, the progress. So these are two types of approaches.
Yes.
More, dear colleagues?
Dominique?
Hello to all. I hope you hear me well. Nice to see you all. One of the main factors which I would suggest is that the federations all respond in the beginning of the year, as in the chapter of the status of the FIDE, is that they have to deliver a big survey with a lot of factors in indicators, as we did in this year, and we had done in the other years before, but since this year with more information indicators. And I think this information can be very helpful to complete factors and indicators, which can be used as for a development structure. And recently, there was a ranking for women in chess with only 3 factors or indicators, which in my opinion, was a bit limited, and maybe the results were not as expected or as wished as a real factor of development of women chess. And I think that, for example, with only these 3 dates, the results is not very truly as we can wish for it. So we now, with this survey of information that each federation responds to as by law as member of the FIDE, we have much more information we can use and which can be helpful. And as we have from last year, or from this year, 2023, and we will have next 2024, we have much more ideas and compare even the evolution from one year to the other. And I think with this indicator, we can have a much more concrete ideas for development. And some federations, the top federations, which organize a lot of tournaments, for example, don't have to pay FIDE rating tournaments. The maximum they pay is 30,000 euros, and the rest of the ratings tournaments are for free. So this is, for example, advantage which FIDE gives to the more developed countries which organize more tournaments. For example, that was an example I would like to give for incentives to federations which grow on higher levels as a federation. I think also it should be something that federations should aim to. If they work harder, if they do more, they also get some compensation, but also, of course, there are the federations which are less developed or in a process of developing should be also helped to get to the stepping stones and develop to higher levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominique.
Thank you, Dominic. First of all, thank you for acknowledging the importance of the Federation survey. We are very happy that many federations have come with the answers. We would be willing to have even more, but you are right that it's not because we just don't have anything to do, and that's why we send out the survey to the federations. Every answer that you provide to us allows us to work better with you. First, evaluating with if the federations do comply with our Article 11 of the Charter, so provide the basic functions that we expect from the federations. And secondly, we can better judge on the financial, administrative, organizational capacities of the federations. And this will be a very useful material for us while working on the new development level system as well. Thank you for that. As for just a very short comment on the Women in Equality Index, I'd be happy if the author himself could have an opportunity to present it to you. And actually, if there is such a need and interest, we could organize some special session with him for the federations. But just a short note: Equality Index does not necessarily mean Excellency Index. Yes, so this is a specific approach. It doesn't evaluate how great the players are, how strong they are, how many tournaments there are. It evaluates, this one specific one evaluates the equality between men and women players in the country. So that's a very specific evaluation there. And also, yes, thank you for the acknowledgement of those support programs that are there in place for those who do more. Yes, for example, also just to add a grant program for the open tournaments, additional one. For those who do something, they can apply to get additional support. Your comments appreciated, Dominic. Anyone else? If not, Laurent, your wrap-up words, if you want to add something on the timeline. You already presented your vision. I expect that you get the federations, not only the zonal presidents, engaged in the process, not waiting till the final product as per your understanding is made. Mr. Lamin, if there is something still relevant to be commented or added, you're welcome to do, but otherwise we would go further on with the presentation of Andre on the social initiatives. Mr. Lamin?
Hello, good evening. I want to contribute on the federation survey because for us, our federation could not complete the federation survey due to the fact that there is a point mentioning auditing, which involves external auditors, and for us that would cost us a lot of money to do that, which we have to pay around 50,000 to get an external audit. So I believe if it was an internal audit, or FIDE or your PDC, or the ones who needed the audit can employ an external audit to audit us, would be much easier for us. So that was the portion that we couldn't feel. So that is a burden on us. That's why we couldn't submit our survey form.
Mr. Lamine and the others,
Yes.
One comment, I think it's a very important question that you posed. You are not obliged to fill in all the information of the survey to hand it in. Everything that you can fill in and provide to FIDE will be useful, and specifically for this question, whether you do have audited budgets or not, and if you do, then please provide. That is not something that is obligatory. We are eager to have this information, but it's not like, you know, a critical criteria for this survey to be handed in or not. Please fill in the rest of the information and send it over to office. It will be highly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we go further to Andre's presentation. Andre, keep it short but inspirational. Our idea was to share some of the ideas, some of the social project initiatives that FIDE carries out, so that also to give you some food for thought on where your zones might be joining, contributing, and probably also taking over some ideas for your common projects at the zonal level. Andre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dana. Mr. President, dear colleagues, dear zonal presidents, I have today some information about social initiatives this year and onwards, but most important to have thinking out of the box at zonal level. In fact, as an initial remark, I myself, I'm zonal president 1.2 and Swiss chess president, so I can feel what you are thinking about social chess as zonal presidents. In fact, when I got when I applied for this position in March, I wasn't aware of all what social chess is doing at FIDE in the world. So what was my first task was to, in fact, install a social commission in my own federation to help FIDE develop these initiatives worldwide. And this is also something I would urge to do for you and your federations you have in your zones. Create social commissions in your federations to support us in our projects. In fact, this commission is 4 years old, next year 5 years, and we are good on track. We are a team of around 12 active people. We have people inside the commission, but also outside the commissions, like Kema, Dana, and all the people who are supporting our initiatives. And it's great to work with them on the following I will shortly present to you. So chess has a global reach, going out to not only to the physical but also the online world. We have, as you see on the slide, so many people in the world who have an approach to chess. And what I didn't saw as a federation president is that it's not only competition, but it has also a very important impact on the community, on social chess in the sense as a tool, a life skill tool. Next slide, please. FIDE is a very reputable organization. We have good structures, and we have a very interesting product to the world, and we packed it for social projects, as I will tell about in the next slide, please. So chess is more than sports. Chess develops skills, personal and social skills. I have the impression as HR expert that it develops the whole personality, and I could see this by my own in Kakuma. I will tell about it, where I saw how students are developing their personality with chess in different areas. Next slide, please. We visited this year Kakuma, the refugee camp in northern West Kenya, and we recalibrated this wonderful project who has been initiated in 2021. And we saw how FIDE has done a wonderful job. We have chess in 20 schools, a special project with 3 girls' schools, where we teach not only during the week, but on Saturdays online. And what is our goal for 2024? To bring one of these girls and hopefully also boys team to the Olympiad. The council has decided to bring 2 or 1 team to Budapest. It will depend on the strength also of the team. And I think we are on a really good track with this project, who has been now recalibrated and is ready to be implemented also in other countries. We had talks with UNHCR in Geneva. We were at the Global Refugee Forum last week, and we feel that FIDE has really a project like other organizations to be spread in other countries. We are ready for that. And we need support, funding from UNHCR and the UN to do this. But on the technical side, we are ready and we have this experience. Next slide, please. We were not only in camps, we were also in the slum of Ribera in Nairobi. And this is a picture from the Chess of Hope school, where we have been also with the help of Gift of Chess, who organized 500 chess sets for the refugee camp, but also 100 for the slums. We were present and we saw the work who is done not only by FIDE in the slums, but through partner organization. And it's, I think, something we should continue and where things are working well. Next slide, please. This is also an initiative in Jordan for refugees from Syria, an initiative who is working well. Next slide. Next slide, please. Chess for Peace is another project who is initiated by Anastasia Surokina for refugees from Ukraine. And this project is called Chess for Peace. And here I would like to stress also the good relation we have with the Women's Commission. We work closely together. Anastasia Sorokina is not only for the women's side, but also integrated in different projects in the Social Commission. So it's hand in hand, and I think we can go on with the slides, please. Next slide, please. Next. Talent management is, of course, also a topic who is more in the Educational Commission. That's why I will slip this, please. Next slide. Lifelong learning is one of these 3 new projects we are doing in the Social Commission. It's Chess for the Elderly, but we have also a new project for addicts and children at risk in slums. These are pilot projects who are led by project leaders in my commission. And I think here also we can do for aging societies, for children with problems, great jobs in the future. And of course, we need also your support if you are interested in. Please, next slide. Chess for Freedom, Chess in Prison is one of our 3 flagship projects, as you see here. We are closely related to Chicago, to the Cook County Jail. On your left, on the left side, you see the sheriff with our president. And I think this is a project who has been over years now developed by Michael Corman and the whole team. It's very successful. And what we need from you is help us to get in even more prisons, even more countries. You as zonal president can help us go really further. We would like to have more than 60 countries, and we are at 50 countries. So please help us to do this next step. I think this project is very successful, and we are even going further to help inmates to go out successfully out of prisons. We have a lot of side projects who are already initiated. So please support us. Next slide. Chess for people with disabilities. This is also a topic. Next slide, please. Infinite Chess is the third flagship project. It's the project for autists, for autism children in the autism spectrum. We are at around 30 countries who we are present, and this is a project which is quite complicated because the autists spectrum disorder is a complex topic, and what we see, like the prisons and the refugee camp, chess can make a difference for these people. And we are present in different countries, but I think I should mention France, where the French government has invested a lot of money to develop this inside the country, and this has an effect on the European level, but also on the international level. And I'm really looking forward to be closely in contact with the French Federation on this project and with Anastasia. Next slide, please. Women in chess. As I told you, we have close relations to the Women's Commission, and this is going together in a lot of projects. But we see the project development in this commission is very good, and I thank also Anastasia for her work in our commission. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I would like also to mention something concerning the 100 years Jubilee. Dana will tell us more about it, but for the Social Commission, it would be wonderful if we could integrate some of our project in this moment of celebration, because I think we include more groups in our society, and I'm looking forward to this next year Jubilee. Thank you very much for having some minutes for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, for the quick insight into the social initiatives of FIDE. Dear colleagues, any suggestions, comments on what FIDE is doing, or you want to share some of your great initiatives that can serve as an example for other zones?
Just congratulations to Andre. Thanks for all. Thanks for your job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also just put up in the chat to say that I like the collaboration between the commissions. So I see all the commissions working together to achieve common goals, and it's the way it's working. I think this is good for chess.
True, Susan. Thank you. More comments? Thank you. Then I consider the information is noted, and probably some of it will be used as inspiration for you. But really, I mean, if you see that some of your zonal federations do something nice or are willing to join some of the FIDE initiatives, guide them to contact the Social Commission or PDC, and we'll see how to integrate you in the project. So we already try also to get this connection whenever you come with the PDC Development Fund projects. At least me at my level, when I see that some of the federation is willing to develop the chess in prisons, I guide them. I guide our commission colleagues to contact directly and ask how to help. So this is the internal network that also is used so that to tackle your great ideas and support. So
so maybe Dana, maybe Andre forgot to talk about the anthem, just to remind everyone to vote for the Chess for Freedom.
Andre.
Thank you very much, Susan. This is very, very right. In fact, we have applied for an award, Anthem Award. I have sent you all twice an email to ask you for support. This will be a moment for FIDE who is very important. If we win this award, we have shown the world that FIDE is doing a lot in the social area. And I think this first project, Chess for Freedom, is the project for this award. But I would like also to mention we could have taken Chess for Protection and the Infinite Chess. We have 3 top projects, and I think the world should give us this award. And I have already seen that so many chess players are voting for us. I'm sure we will win it, but please go for it. Use these remaining days to put your voting of all your members, and we will win it. Thank you very much.
Yes, dear colleagues, we want to see our project on the stage and the awards ceremony in New York as one of the top 3 in the world. So we need you to follow the link that was just also added to the chat and vote and share in your internal WhatsApp groups if you have some, and encourage your colleagues, friends, just to spend half a minute and give it a chance. So I think that is a great opportunity to highlight the activities of FIDE and be at the same level with UNICEF, with UNHCR, with other top-level organizations that are among the finalists currently. So that's a good thing to be there. Thank you very much for reminding, Susan. Actually,
yes, I actually voted now, and I can see we are leading now with the project.
Mr. President, I thought you already voted last week.
I did it now.
Hello, President. Thank you so much. So we can go, I think, to the next block of today's meeting. We've spent a little more time, actually much more time than expected, but these debates are very useful. I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to exchange the views. So that's why I'm not pushing forward too fast. But now I'd like to give the floor to the zonal president, Madam Susan. She's the Zone 4.5 president, and on behalf of the zone, 2 concrete suggestions have come in, and I believe they are also related to the wish to strengthen the administrative capacity and the motivation for the zones to work together. So, Susan, I'd be happy if you would explain your initiative to colleagues, and probably then the zonal council colleagues would be able to prepare some motion to be handed over to the council for their consideration.
Thank you, Dana, and I think you've already said it good enough. And thank you for all the discussion that already started, I think earlier on the zonal chess development. So, and thank you also for including the 2 agenda items that I proposed. And so one of it was on the awarding of direct titles for zonal events. So we have seen that, like in the recent years, the zonal individual chess championship, was, the direct titles were removed. And this, made the zones, not to have, the direct titles to the winners. And I must say, as a result of this, in the recent years, we have seen that the zones are not so active. It's become actually a big problem. Even to host events, we note that even some federations they're using this as one of the reasons for them, not to host the zonal events, because they see this as not a motivation to have the zonal tournament. So the other reason is, as Africa as a vast continent, and the travel is very expensive, especially traveling to the other, to the rest of the world, especially in Europe and Asia and the other continents. So for ambassadors, for chess players in Africa to travel to most of the tournament, it's quite a challenge. And these are the tournaments where now the titles would be issued, and this has become a big challenge. So like I said, hosting of events has become a challenge. Federations are not even willing to host zonal tournaments, indicating there's no motivation, and also players are not motivated to play in zonal events because they indicate that having a title at the zonal level is one of the motivation. It's actually a big motivation that it would make them spend, their resources for them to go to the different tournaments, at least within the zone. And so I know we are talking about the role of the zone in development, in chess development, and I can say that I think in recent times we have seen that chess in the zone is going down, and because also the zonal tournaments cannot award any title, any direct title. And so for that reason, that's the reason why I decided to put this forward to the Zonal Council as an item for discussion, if this can be reconsidered, and that we can empower the zonal events or the zonal tournaments and consider them for direct titles.
Dana, can I speak?
Yes, please.
So I'm Sean Press. I'm the Secretary of the Qualification Commission. I'm completely baffled by this. Zonals do award direct titles. I'm not sure what titles have gone missing from the zonals concerned here. Can this be explained?
Susan?
Hello?
Yes.
Sorry, I lost you a bit. Sorry, Sean, I lost you a bit. Can you please?
Yeah. Under the current regulations, each zonal is entitled to award titles. They've not been removed from any zones. So is there some confusion about what constitutes a zonal individual chess championship? Because I'm not quite sure where this motion is coming from.
Then I think that should be a confusion, because our understanding is that I think from a any zonal tournament, you cannot award a direct title.
You'll have to explain that you'll have to give me an example, because the FIDE Qualification Commission have not removed direct titles from zonal events.
For zonal events?
No.
Philip, are you on the?
Is there? I'm not aware now on the details, but Sean, wasn't there a criterion that the zonal championship, in order to provide the direct titles, needs to be a qualification for the higher level?
The World Cup, yes. That's I mean, and this is what I'm asking: is there something that these tournaments are not doing to meet the criteria?
That's direct. That's exactly the problem. Zonal tournaments in Africa are now not giving direct places in the World Cup, giving places to the African continental only, where all the places for World Cup are determined. So that's an issue.
So this is something that the African Chess Confederation has to deal with.
Or we should change this criteria. That it should be qualification for the World Cup. That's another option.
I think this has, Mr. President, this issue has been recently debated at the council level, or even during the last General Assembly at some formats. And I believe the majority at that time was not really ready to change the regulations that demand this qualification. Or, you know, I can be mistaken about the format where it was discussed, but I know there was such a discussion. So at this point, if that's not to be done, then yes, that's the mandate of the continent to give the status of the qualification if the continent wants to motivate the zones and have this opportunity to award direct titles. But anyway, I believe just to come to some decision regarding this initiative, one thing I understood, we now made this clarification that there is a chance to get the direct titles if the zonal event has a status of a qualification event. Then the question remains if, Susan, you would be willing to maintain that some initiatives should come from the zonal council, that also in other cases such direct titles should be adopted. And if so, I believe in order to prepare some motion considered by the FIDE council, then you need to agree on that. The zonal presidents need to have then the common view on that.
I have the other zonal presidents here. Maybe we can give them a chance to say something.
That's exactly what I was trying to do, encourage the other zonal presidents to express their views.
If I may express my view, Victor Plotkin from Canada, I don't think we need more direct titles, especially in zonals. I think we have some incentive for many players to play in zonal events, including qualification to World Cup, to other events. And title, FIDE expected to grant according to major rules, rating performance, norms, and everything like this. And we have some direct titles. In my opinion, it's more than enough. And I'm very happy that the recent trend in FIDE regulations is to reduce opportunities for direct titles. I don't want to see Grandmaster rated 2200. Maybe rating floor 2300 for direct Grandmaster title, rating 2200 for direct International Master title. And I saw many times International Master rating with below 2200, which is just, in my opinion, it compromises the entire title system. That's actually a big asset for FIDE, and I don't think we should jeopardize this title system. And we have more and more titles on junior direct titles, on junior and senior events, when sometimes you can get IM title playing tournament without any IM, without any GM. You win the tournament, like 2 or 3 FIDE masters, and you get IM title, direct IM title. I don't think it's a right situation. And actually, if I may propose something, I want more strict regulations for direct titles. Not definitely not allowed low-rated players to get a title. It's just inflation of titles, and I don't think it's a good thing to FIDE. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Any other opinions? Probably supportive ones. Nothing?
I was going to say, just to clarify, proposals can be sent to QC on the topic of titles. We're always willing, but I do wonder if people are across the current regulations. There are already rating limits for titles, direct titles to be awarded as well. But I just will make the point, the purpose of a zonal is to qualify people for the World Cup. That's why zonals exist. If the African Continental Federation has removed that, essentially what they have done is abolished zonal events. So it makes no sense to continue holding zonal events if they don't qualify players for the World Cup. Zonals don't exist to generate titles. Zonals exist to qualify players for the World Cup. And that's the starting point of the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Sean, for your opinion. I wouldn't say that that's the only reason why the zonal tournaments might be organized. Providing the opportunity for players to play, get the ratings, also get some titles, and not necessarily the direct ones, but that's at least as a minimum of the other reasons why to hold the zonal events, not only the qualification. Philip?
Sean, before Philip, sorry, Dana. Sean, you bring out very interesting and clarity in these matters. I would propose the qualification commission should also consider some capacity building for, just some, engagement with the federations, just to provide clarity, on these issues as well. Maybe, that would also help, just to get everyone to understand.
Thank you.
That's
Susan?
fine. Yes. I mean, QC's always will field queries, will listen to complaints, but essentially, yes, just contact us for information that you need.
Thank you, Sean. Philip?
All right. Thank you so much, Dana. Greetings to everybody. I'm Philip Ameku, President for Zone 4.2. I wish to add my voice to the suggestion or the proposal by my colleague Susan regarding the zonal not qualifying for the titles and also the World Cup. And it's apparent from this meeting that it only applies to Africa. And I think we need to find a way to resolve this, because it seems the continent has taken all the titles and given nothing to the zone. And this is a huge problem, because now the zonals used to be very, very interesting in the past, let me say in the last administration. The zonals used to be very, very interesting. We had lots of participants. But ever since the zonal does not qualify for the World Cup, players don't want to buy a ticket to travel. It doesn't qualify for titles. There's no motivation. Even the grant for the organizers has also been slashed. So it seems that others are developing at the expense of others. And we need to come together to support the African situation to have the zonals back, in the World Cup channel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip, for the opinion. That's something that probably then you need to address to the continent. I see that Chapiso is here. If she is ready to comment or respond, she's more than welcome. Otherwise, I believe this suggestion is noted and probably at the continental level could be discussed. Jose, the President of Americas?
Just,
something?
Thank you, Ms. Dana. This is a difficult issue for us because we have a big zonals here. But I agree with the Susan proposal, and also we try to contact the Qualification Commission in order to make some conversation or Zooms together to send our opinion and try to find something to help us in this situation. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any other opinions? At this point, I see that Susan's, at least at this format, Susan's initiative and the zone's initiative on the direct titles should be noted, but there is no enough support for the common proposal to be addressed to the council, to FIDE council. I believe that doesn't exclude your initiative to be addressed to the continental level. I see the silence as agreement, yes. So thank you, but thank you, Susan, and thank you for your colleagues also to come with the initiative. I'm actually happy that we have received the proposals to add on the agenda. This is something that we would be expecting when we send the information and request to come with the proposals. We really mean that, and your proposals will be included on the agenda and respected. So that's something also very important, Susan. Thank you for showing the way to the colleagues. So your second proposal coming from the zone,
Yeah.
establishment of the zonal executive committees. Yeah?
Yes. So the second proposal that I put forward for us to discuss is the need for us to include in the FIDE statutes election of a zonal executive committee and not just a zonal president, to ensure transparency in the management of zonal matters, as well as, you know, to sustain sustainability of the zonal affairs. So I think coming back as a background, there's actually no structure for the zone currently. It's just the zonal president, and so it makes it really difficult, you know, to manage, even sometimes, you know, to just coordinate the zonal activities. I know in some situations where even the zones, they don't even have a bank account because the zonal president has been using his own personal account to do that. I know of situations previously where a zonal president was using his personal account, even got resources from FIDE, which should not be accepted. And also the role of the zones, sometimes it's not so clear, you know, that what is, you know, the role. You see sometimes there are decisions that are made without really, you know, full consultation with the zonal leadership. There are no statutes. I don't know, it may be in the other zone, but in most of the zones I've seen, because I've tried to ask even other zones to share statutes so that, you know, to align, but we know, because in the absence of a formal structure, this is difficult, because even to open a bank account, you need the formal structure for you to do that. So there's also no technical support for the zone in the absence of a formal structure. And I know that some zones have actually created kind of like informal committees. However, these are not empowering, as they are not, you know, backed up by the statutes. So I thought the council can discuss the need to have a zonal executive committee in the statutes, and not just have the zonal president, so that we can ensure that, you know, the zone, the coordination of the zonal affairs is done sustainably. I put this forward to the council to discuss.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Susan, for this initiative and the attempt to raise the issue that some more administrative and stronger administrative structures might be needed at the zonal level to be more efficient. But my question to you, I would be willing, of course, to hear the opinions of the zonal presidents on this proposal, is what really does deter you as the zonal presidents at this point to take the initiative and suggest to the zonal members at the zone level to establish some less formal or more formal administrative body that would enable you to work more efficiently, even if there is no strict requirement coming from the above of FIDE for you to do so?
No, like I said, I think this has been done, like particularly, like, for example, in my zone, we have those informal, you know, like committees or structures that do that. But I was thinking it would be great to have this as formalized, to have the zonal committee a structure as part of the statutes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ellen. And Philip, I see that your hand is also up. I don't know if from the previous question, or you also want to have a word then after Ellen, yes?
Yeah, mine is on this particular issue. I don't have a problem with this, but it shouldn't be. Obviously, this structure for single nation zones is not necessary, because the National Federation serves most of these functions in the single nation zone. So if it were permitted but not required, or certainly if the single nation zones were carved out, it would make more sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Definitely, it's what is not forbidden is allowed at this point. Yes, so they're not such requirement, but that doesn't deter you from doing so. I understand that Susan's suggestion comes with an idea that zones would be more encouraged to put in place some efficient structures if there would be such an obligation or requirement coming from FIDE, if I understand correctly. But
exactly.
Yeah. Other colleagues?
Just to piggyback on that, though, so as long as it weren't mandated, it would be acceptable. Now, if I could take my zonal president hat and put on my verification commission hat, certainly from the standpoint of the verification commission, which is concerned about the financial integrity of FIDE and the ability to audit and make sure that funds that FIDE dispenses are spent for FIDE purposes. Anything that would get us out of sending money to people's personal bank accounts for dispersion for a national federation or a zone would be encouraged.
Mm-hmm. Alan, just to comment on this, as for the development fund, it is the case that there have been previous allocations in previous years sent to the private bank accounts, but this is the practice that we are steadily getting rid of, only in some very exceptional circumstances when there is really no other chance to transfer the funds, and with a strict control afterwards, it can be done today. Normally, this is not the case. We avoid any transfers to the private bank accounts. This is why also the development fund guidelines provide that at the zonal level, we do need some formal structure and responsibility division. Exactly, this is one of the reasons. And wherever we can find some legal structure that can also provide accountability, we do that. For example, if there is a zonal event, normally it would be one of the federations responsible or in charge, and then we can use the federation's bank account if there is no other option, there is no zonal bank account available. So not perfect, but a notable step ahead already to formalizing the process and being more accountable. Other opinions, colleagues, about the idea to introduce a formal requirement to have such administrative structure at the zonal level?
Yep. Zone 3.6 has already implemented this and implemented it over a decade ago. I've placed a link in the chat for our statutes. Feel free to copy them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to comment on the issues of bank accounts, because to us, it's actually working for us, for FIDE to transfer money directly to the host federation. You can imagine, as the continental president, receiving money into the ACC bank account and having to transfer the same amount of money to the host federation. There will be losses on the way. So in terms of transfer, when there is a zonal championship, the host federation receives the money. I think it's okay. But in terms of management, they need to be like in control of their zonal event, not the continental level. Now, the cases of Russia, China, India, these are countries that they are zones themselves. So it means the federation has a zonal structure itself, because China is a zone. On such zones, what do you do?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any other colleagues? If somebody will not come with a totally other opinion, I would again judge that there is no majority support to come with a motion on the obligatory requirement for such an administrative structure. Do I understand correctly?
Sorry, Dana.
Yes, Philippe.
Okay, so I think you should provide an opportunity for people to vote before you decide if there's no majority.
I'm asking, so that is why I provoke you for the reactions.
Yeah, sometimes when somebody makes my point, I don't see the need to say it again, but we support silently, yes.
So what would be the proposal to then vote for the formal proposal that is possible, because the Zonal Council cannot decide instead of the FIDE Council. The Zonal Council could, based on the one of the zones proposal convened by Madam Susan,
Yeah, so
to prepare a motion to be reviewed by the FIDE Council, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I wish to also add that I think most of the problems faced by the zones seems to be faced by zones with multiple countries, but zones which are countries themselves do not seem to, align with some of these challenges. So I'm thinking that the zones that are multiple of countries should actually come together and bring the proposal forward. Then also one point I wanted to make earlier is that I think that the zone structure is very important because in my zone, for example, most federations do not have even an office. So if, let's say, the zone has an office, it has a space that it can be using for, not only tournaments, but, seminars or things that would benefit the zone in general, it is going to actually cover up for the lack of structures in many other federations within the zone. So if we can identify these multiple nation zones and try to empower them this way, I think it would help. We can also have zonal academies, things like that.
¿Cómo se le pone?
Treatment. Treatment.
Carlos?
Treatment.
Carlos, you wanted to comment on the matter?
Treatment.
Carlos is writing that his zone is very big and requires other treatment. Other probably means some more formalization or what? Carlos, you want to comment?
You can say it in Spanish and somebody can translate.
Yes.
Because you stated earlier that you need some translation.
Carlos, you want to comment? In Spanish? Hoping that somebody who speaks Spanish can translate?
He's muted. You need his...
Hi, Dana. I can translate for him if he would like.
Please.
Hi, Dana. Hi, Dana. Hi, colega.
Carlos, soy Vishwanand. Si quieres, le puede traducir si le tiene algún problema de expresarse, ¿vale?
Sí, muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Un saludo a todos nuestros colegas, a todos, a la presidencia de la FIDE.
Un segundo. Of course, he starts off with greeting everyone. Por favor, sigue.
Quería solo decir que la zona nuestra posiblemente, bueno, es la más grande de todas. Todas las zonas no son iguales ni tienen el mismo tratamiento. Me gustaría en algún momento después tener un apartado momento para alguna discusión, no en la propia reunión de cada la zona.
Un segundito, voy a traducir. So he says his zone is very big and the whole zone, not of equal strength. So he would like to have a discussion about its particular characteristics and I think not fall into some formula. How much flexibility is possible there, Dana?
Quizás también es muy interesante la propuesta de que exista de alguna forma un sistema, ¿no? Un sistema como zona. Hay zonas que solamente son 4 países, 3 países, pero la nuestra es muy grande y requiere una estructura. Pienso que está bien la idea que está planteada, que se planteó ahí.
Vale, un segundo. ¿Cuántos países existen en su zona?
En mi zona existen 30 países.
30 países. Y entonces, ¿cuál es su oferta?
No, lo que
¿Cuál es su
decía
propuesta,
que
digo, más bien?
Más bien no sé si se podrá mantener la idea de que los subzonales puedan seguir dando títulos. Puede ser una compensación a cambio de que no puedan existir los zonales. Puede ser interesante para nuestra zona.
Vale, un segundo. His zone is very large, and if in return for not being a zone, if he could retain the option of giving titles. Sí, por favor, dígame.
Pues yo pienso que sería una de las formas de poder motivar a que la zona siga siendo atractiva los eventos que se realizan. Otra forma puede ser también que podamos tener algún tipo de evento en la zona que pueda seguir desarrollando la nuestra.
Vale.
Tenemos
Sí, un
muchos...
segundo. No
Sí.
puedo... sí, déjame traducir y vuelvo. Again, the zone is very large. Could there be some special arrangement, especially with regards to giving titles? That would be some compensation, even if it's for a different kind of event. Then it would motivate them to continue hosting events, even if not zonal tournaments. ¿Sí? Sigue, por favor.
Me preocupa sobre todo que tenemos muchos países del área del Caribe que están iniciándose, que tienen bajo nivel ajedrecístico y que pueden estar muy desmotivados con estos cambios.
Vale, un segundo. So he feels that changes will affect his zone particularly unfavorably. And he gives the example of several Caribbean countries in his zone, which are quite weak right now. And he feels that the changes that are being proposed might dismotivate them, disincentivize them from organizing many tournaments. Sí, Carlos, por favor.
Sí, por eso más bien lo que pido es que en otro momento podamos discutirlo en presencia del presidente de FIDE América y ustedes algunas ideas, no agarrar la reunión para esto, pero sí pedir que en algún momento nos puedan escuchar en un apartado.
Vale. And so his request is, could the president of the Americas, the Caribbean, and the president of FIDE and members of his zone have a discussion to discuss options for them. It doesn't have to be a dedicated meeting. He says in some on some occasion where we all happen to be together, could we find the time and flexibility to discuss certain possibilities? Sí, Carlos.
Por lo demás, estoy muy feliz con lo que está pasando con la FIDE y con todas las comisiones. Se ve realmente un gran trabajo. Quiero felicitarlos acá públicamente y que sigan haciéndolo como están haciéndolo. Estamos muy agradecidos con el trabajo que se está realizando en la FIDE.
Vale, muchas gracias. And finally, he would like to compliment FIDE, the FIDE president, the team, and all the commissions for the work they're doing. He really feels that all of them have done exceptional work, and he just wants to put that on the record. ¿Algo más, Carlos?
No.
Vale.
Bye.
Muchas gracias. So that was the offer from him.
Of course, I will be willing to discuss at any point in time. That's perfect. Yes, let's discuss what we can do. Since I remember our discussion a few months ago, of course, but we need to find the real solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for answering, and thank you, Mr. Deputy President, for translating. We have an exclusive level of translation today.
Yes.
Yes, just another point that was also mentioned here by Sean in the chat. I mean, the size of the zone, if it creates difficulties to manage it, of course, can also be revised at the continental level, and the continent can come with initiative to FIDE. Yes, but coming back to the
yes, done not exactly revised at the continental level, but proposed at the continental level. But,
I mean, revised
yes,
at the continental level for the proposal we have already discussed this today. I think the colleagues understand very well. We referred to that already. Yes, thank you for this debate. Coming back to the previous discussion about the motion handed into the council, if there would be a voting needed, then we just checked together with the office, and there's no quorum at this point. There is only 13 zones presented out of 32, as I already wrote in the chat. So no formal voting is possible. But let me suggest for your consideration a possible solution. So respecting that there is such an initiative handed in from one of the zones, seeing that there at least few of the other zones present in this meeting do have a supportive attitude to such, allow us at FIDE, the management board, to take the initiative and send out a survey to all the zonal presidents asking for the expression of the view in favor or not. And if we see that the majority would be in favor of FIDE obliging to install administrative structures, we would then, on behalf of you, prepare a motion to be reviewed by the council. Could this be a suggestion acceptable to you?
Yeah, I think that's acceptable for now. But what I want to say is that maybe going forward, we need to be determining the quorum for the meetings at the beginning, so that we know whether we can fully discuss a motion. Because
But Susan, of course, we can discuss. We cannot take a final decision without the quorum. That's right. But of course, we can discuss, and that's exactly what we did right now, very productively. And I personally believe that the proposal is constructive, but it should have some limitations. Like maybe the requirements should be for those zones who request the FIDE financial support directly, and in this case, I think most of the zones who are willing to receive financial support would be willing to establish such structures. These one country zones normally do not request any financial support from FIDE, like United States, India, China, Russia, Canada. So for them it will not be required, for instance. So that's one of the possibilities, not the only one, but one of the possibilities.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That's fine. Thank you.
Colleagues, can we agree on the suggested way forward as I proposed to you? At least some agreement? Yes. Thank you very much. So with this, we also have finished the second part, which is organizational regulatory proposals, and we go further to miscellaneous. I'll try to be short, to a short presentation on the FIDE 100 years anniversary. I see that some of the colleagues raised the matter of additional participants joining the meeting now. I tried to explain to you. You would see from the agenda that after this first part, which was considered to be only for the zonal presidents, we planned the training program on the project planning and the budgeting, which was considered to be open for the federations as well. And my suggestion is that now, since a few of the new participants have already been let into the room, allow them to stay, because the presentation on the FIDE 100 years anniversary, there's nothing sensitive, and probably even for the better that the colleagues also see that.
Yeah, Dana, but I was confused with some of the requests to join, since there were no names in the requests, and just some abbreviations. So I'm not sure we let everyone in. So it was
yes, that's thank you, Mr. President, for the note. This is under control to the office controls who is coming in. Yes, Sava, office can confirm that.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. But also participants, if there is really a case that the name is not put on, or any identification that would allow us to recognize you, please change that and do so. So then I would continue with the presentation, trying to share my screen now, and use a moment of your attention. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And shortly present you the main activities that we plan for the FIDE 100 years anniversary. Yes, as you very well know, most of you, that FIDE was founded in 1924, the 20th of July. That is the reason why 20th of July has been acknowledged as the International Chess Day, actually acknowledging the date when the founding agreement was signed in Paris. 15 federations came together back then and established our very dear FIDE, which is now one of the biggest and one of the oldest federations in the world, which is strong with their traditions, but I want also to believe that it's dynamic enough and can adapt to any new challenges and any new initiatives that are coming ahead of us. That's our, I think the unique value, a combination of nice traditions and being able to be dynamic for the future challenges. And we want to highlight this also during our 100 years anniversary and actually try to make the link between chess and FIDE. I have been already sharing with some of my colleagues that even me, before starting to work for FIDE, I was a semi-professional chess player, a grandmaster, playing for my national team, you know, all in chess. But I actually never cared about FIDE as an organization. It didn't ring the bell for me. And only when, you know, now I'm here, part of the team, it is, you know, a synonym. Chess for me is FIDE, FIDE for me is chess. And I believe that for many people it is the same. Hardly ever you would see that people from the outside world would recognize the federation had its importance in the chess world. So we want to make this opportunity of FIDE 100 years anniversary to strengthen this link between FIDE and chess. We want to pay the tribute to the history. We want to praise the today and also build together for the future. And the idea is to try to engage, of course, as much as the chess community, but also we would be willing to make some attempt to go beyond the borders of the chess world and engage the non-chess community so that they at least, you know, notice and see and recognize and appreciate at least some of our activities. So one or the second or the third should come into their attention. So by entertaining, by increasing the awareness of the non-chess community, we want to have their bigger engagement as well. Some of you have already probably noticed that we have a special branding devised for 100 years anniversary. So we are using it ourselves for our merch, for our presentations, for our publications, for our events. And this is also something that we would be willing that the national federations, zones, continents, private organizers, whomever would be making some events next year, actually try to use it for the publicity, thus also somehow engaging in the celebration process and acknowledging that every chess activity that is done as a part of the celebration. So the idea was to make it laconic, but also very functional and encoding the main messages. It is about chess, it is about FIDE, it is about 100 years anniversary, while following the intelligent minimalism and also allow this logo to work well together with FIDE logo, because quite often they would be used together, and also with other logos of the events or organizations of our community. So here are some examples how the branding can be used. We have our full branding package with the colors, with the guidelines, with the pictures, and also some of the pictures in the initial set have the IP rights bought for your convenience. So our kind suggestion is that if you want to use it, approach FIDE through FIDE special email address that will be published at the end of the presentation. Make a request and we'll send the whole package out for your usage. 2 slogans that are currently used in parallel: a century for chess, that's FIDE, and the game is just beginning, thus emphasizing that yes, 100 years, that's a long period from one point of view, as for the federation, as I said, that's one of the oldest ones. On the other side, if we see the whole time span of chess development, it is only, the minor part, and we see that, we're still playing, if compared to the chess game, we're still playing the opening of the game, the first moves, and still the long game is ahead. So the game is just beginning. So now about few of the major elements. It's not all that we do that is included in this federation, in this presentation, but just to have some highlights for your information. So we started with a warm-up activities now on the social networks. You, I hope, have noticed that 100 days before the next year, every day there is a special highlight of the special events that are happening for the last 100 years. So some of the years are more rich with various chess events, activities, personalities, and highlights. Some are more difficult to find what exactly was the most important one, but we're trying to highlight the ones that are more important, the ones that are more interesting and attractive, and thus, paying tribute to the history. And I think this is a very educative part, even though our media team is not very happy because these posts, unfortunately, do not get many likes and engagements, but I think this is just some must-have that we need to inform also our community that Chess World is not about the superstars of today only, that this is also the legacy that we carry on from past to the future. So follow these posts, like, share, and learn. I've been learning a lot from them myself. So then we planned several exhibitions. One of the big projects that FIDE is working on is now the Digital Chess Museum. There is a dream of us having a physical space for the chess museum. The plans, unfortunately, because of the geopolitical situation, changed, but we have not dismissed our dream to have a permanent, nice museum. So what we did, we have started with the compilation of the materials and with development of the museum concept and the digital part of the exhibition. So we hope that one day it will turn into the full-fledged museum. So our colleagues are working now with various potential partners where the premises might be set up in the future, but for now the contents is being created so that if there is any local federation or organization that would be willing to exhibit chess history, chess facts and artifacts, a nice exhibition can be made. In order to make it nicely, it's not cheap. Of course, the equipment that would be needed to transfer the message still costs something. But for your information, there is such an opportunity to combine some nice digital contents with a few of the real artifacts, and then exhibitions might be made. So reach out to our media team for more information about this. St. Louis, the World Chess Hall of Fame would be exposing and exhibiting a special exhibition dedicated to 100 years anniversary. The topic of it is the World Chess Champions Clash for the Crown. It will be opened on the 11th of April next year and lasting till the beginning of the 2025. So if you happen to be around St. Louis for some event or want to see this exhibition, that's, I think, worth to attend. Then in several places we plan also to install a contemporary photography exhibition, which is called Capture. It's a project that we make together with one of our chess photographers, Steve Bonach. The idea is that we want to show chess that it is much more than only the sport and only those athletes that you would see in the professional chess events. We want to show that chess is a game accessible to everyone, that it also has some tremendous social value. You just heard the presentation of Andre that shows how big the difference can be made. So the idea is that there would be a presentation that would be exhibited in various places of the world of 24 contemporary chess photographers, 12 stands, enlightened LED screens that can be exhibited nicely both inside the venues and outside, thus attracting the attention also of the non-chess community, seeing that, oh, it's something visually appealing and to be appreciated. One of the nice uniting initiatives, global ones, if I may say so, would be the FIDE Chess Torch Relay. I believe that you remember that such a new initiative, Chess Torch Relay, was launched last year in India. It started in Delhi, landed in Chennai at the opening of the World Chess Olympiad, but in between it traveled all around India. Vishwanathan Anand, our deputy president, might correct me, but I believe it was 75 cities when it landed, so it turned out to be a very successful project from the point of view of the community engagement and PR and marketing and visibility. In every place there was some chess activities, some local officials, some local chess stars, and you know, it turned out into being a very nice chess celebration. So we want to build on this, and the idea is that next year, the FIDE Chess Torch Relay will be continued, but already around the world, being launched in India, in New Delhi, on the 14th of February, the St. Valentine's Day, and then it would have several stops in at least in one place in each continent. So the current program provides that it would be Mexico, Morocco, Canada, Abu Dhabi, Switzerland, our home city, Paris, the place where FIDE was established, and land in Budapest at the opening ceremony of the next year's FIDE Chess Olympiad. Guinness World Record on 20th of July. This is one project where we really also want to have your support and engagement. We are still in now very technical consultations with the Guinness Record Office. They want to push us in one direction. We want to get back to our initial idea. We would like to open the window of 24 hours and make the record of the most games played worldwide within the 24 hours. Why 24 hours, not one fixed moment? We want to engage more communities and satisfy also all the time zones so that as many people could join as possible. We want to use the online platforms and also over the board games to be counted, because the online platforms, of course, would give the numbers, but the over-the-board games would give the visibility and engagement of the communities and some nice video photo moments for our memory and history to be made. So more details when we finalize the agreement with the Guinness record would come, and we would really hope for your engagement. So we are hoping to agree with them also that FIDE arbiters would be the ones who would be fixing the results and controlling that the games are really there, because of course if you need to pay to Guinness record officers to be in every place that we wanted to be included in the Guinness record, that would be an enormous amount of resources, but I hope we managed to agree. There would be several books and prints also provided. Few books, FIDE Golden Book, the Chronicle of Events, Personalities, Data, Facts. This is already the 3rd edition, a must-have for such a moment as 100 years anniversary. Willie, Klitsky, our chair of historical committee, is in charge of this book. So we hope that it will be already ready. I mean, final works are in progress and can be already published in the beginning of the year. Every federation will get a sample of it. Jubilee book, more of a gift-like book, but also very valuable for the history and for such a celebration. There's a history of FIDE and chess in pictures with less text, more interesting photographies for us to enjoy it and use as the presence or as our very important source of information. Then more of the chess in a pop culture, another book that we make together with the World Chess, Chess as a Lifestyle, which would be a photography of various popular people, artists, actors, business persons, also world chess champions in some casual, interesting situations, playing chess or engaged with and in chess. Then Andre, thank you very much for this great project. I must make a note that this is not the final version of the stamp. The real one will be launched next year. Close to that, there will be a specially dedicated FIDE 100 years anniversary stamp issued by the Swiss Post Office. So we are very happy that they agreed to make such an initiative. That's a project that is a long-term project. Well, I think more than a year ago, the initial discussions had been started with them. So the launch or inauguration of it would be next year on the 7th of April, alongside with other chess activities. So we also want to, as I mentioned already, we are happy to include in our chess calendar, and there would be a specially designated website published soon, within few weeks' time, before the new year starts, on the 100 years anniversary, where you would be seeing the calendar with all the activities, with updates, news, publicity materials on the celebrations. And we highly encourage you also to, if you want to dedicate your events to 100 years anniversary, to send us the application, and we would include it on our FIDE 100 years celebration calendar as well. But also our commissions, social, educational, women, particularly, they are working on their 100 years anniversary conferences. Most of them will be held during the World Chess Olympiad in Budapest, to use this opportunity that most of you will be there. And we want to engage as many chess players and chess community participants as possible. So I believe that we will manage to make an attractive program as well. So there would be a special awards dedicated to 100 years anniversary, awarded various categories. Now we are setting up the evaluation commissions that would act as the experts, but we plan to make a combination of the experts' view and the engagement from the society through public voting as well. Some of the highlight locations, again, Paris, of course, 20th of July, that's the big day there. The plan is to make a replica of FIDE 1924 years signature process. So the same list of federations coming and reassuring the eligibility of FIDE, a symbolic act, of course, that would be used for some photo moments and for the historical appreciation of FIDE Foundation. This is the very building where it was done 100 years ago. So we have had already the agreement with the municipality that the same building can be used again for our nice little ceremony. Agnières, that's the federation home in Paris. The whole day round, various public chess activities would be held there, with a gala event and little award ceremony at the end of the day. And in between, the torch ceremony would also be organized in Paris. As for the public reach out, we are now in consultations with Jardin de Luxembourg. We are willing to exhibit this contemporary chess photography exhibition there, and possibly also in some other public spaces, so that people, non-chess players would also notice the celebration. Budapest, one of our, of course, highlight locations and events to be organized there alongside with the World Chess Olympiad. We are now still in coordination with the organizers on the program, but for sure the opening closing ceremony would be integrated, or vice versa, the FIDE anniversary would be integrated in both big ceremonies with the special awards and dedicated activities for the 100 years. Switzerland, Bern, I already mentioned the 7th of April. Bundesplatz in Bern has been reserved for our celebrations, simultaneous game exhibitions, presentations of the stamp torch ceremony and gala at the evening. New Delhi, already mentioned just a few pictures from the previous year's torch ceremony. I'm sure that this year it will be even more impressive, because a real torch with a real fire will be used this time. In some of the pictures, I think already before, but also further, you would see how the torch looks. It has already been produced. It has already been branded. And the idea is that in those places where the torch ceremony would be organized, one of the samples would be left for their use in the museums, or as a present, or whatever the appreciation would be needed for that. Kazakhstan, another location, chess festival, photo exhibition, torch ceremony in July would be held. Abu Dhabi, alongside with the traditional Abu Dhabi chess festival. Casablanca, Morocco, the Central Park for the public activities. A Casablanca variation tournament where 4 top star players would be playing out some of the historical games positions. So again, nice activity and publicity opportunities and celebration, alongside with conference on the history of chess and other activities. Mexico, 2 times there, one in the beginning of the year of the torch. You see the head of the torch here. And in summertime, in July, in Cancun, we'd be organizing the underwater chess match. So the sponsor is there, the event will be there. What is the missing part now? The brave chess players ready to plunge into the water. Quebec, alongside with Francophonie, Penn's festival, there would be a special 100 years anniversary celebration activities next to this very beautiful Disneyland style castle. Again, simultaneous exhibitions, living chess games, and other activities for the public. So the indicative calendar, still there is some space for further celebrations, but I must also commend that we've been trying to use those locations so that to cover as much geographically as possible, but also depending on the local organizers who are ready to invest their human resources, their time, and their financial resources to celebrate with and for us, because FIDE does not have so huge funds to cover all the costs. So it's a nice cooperation that the local organizers also invest in this celebration. Last but not least, of course, we are ready to expose any sponsors that would be supporting the 100 years anniversary with financial support during those events and during our major FIDE events for further visibility and motivation to invest in this celebration. So that was a quick jump through the activity plan. I hope you at least got some sense and feeling, and I really hope that with also your active engagement, we will have nice celebration of 100 years anniversary that is just the beginning of the game. So thank you for your kind attention, and I'll get back to you if you have some questions, comments, suggestions. But in general, any suggestions are more than welcome from you. There's a special email which is FIDE100 at FIDE.com. Our colleagues are on that and will respond and engage you with your ideas and activities.
Thank you, Dana. That was very exciting, and I guess we all want to be in 2024 already.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, we have already also designed, and there would be very nice medals for the awardees, especially dedicated ones. He really is a source of inspiration for us. He's been showing the FIDE 50 years anniversary, FIDE 75 years anniversary rally, and we try to not to replicate, but to do something, similar in a more contemporary way. So thank you so much for your kind attention. The first block with this has finished. I just would like to ask if any further break would be needed. Probably not, because we are already past the time. And with this, I hope that all who wanted to join the training part have had a chance to do so. I would give back floor to Laurent and his team to get to our capacity building session. I'm happy to suggest this because one of our strategic tasks of the PDC for this year has been not to work only as the money machine or the controller of the development fund, but become the center of expertise and training for our federations. And this is one of the little seminars within this concept that we want to educate you. We want to help you to understand better how to structure the projects, how to plan the budgets, so that we all together become stronger and more efficient. Laurent?
Thank you, Dana, and welcome to everyone who joined us for the second part of the day. So we are a bit later than expected, and I hope that it won't cause any issue and you will enjoy the time together. Today we will be two of us to present. I will be with Kema, but this is not only our work; it's the consolidation of teamwork, some inputs from Mylinda Pilinci, who is a counselor in our team. Also, Theo Torbatoglu was involved. The idea of this is that we have regular meetings together and that we can help to contribute to the development of federations who need it, of course. Some of us, they have a long experience of federation management, projects, everything. So they will not be the main target, but our idea is to support federations in general. So I don't know if you had a look at the shared slide, which was supposed to stay for a while during a break. So any idea why we chose to put those three pictures on a single slide together? What do they have in common? Actually, they are all three the result of projects, like the tournament London 1851, a chess clock, which is a device, or a TV series. They are all three the result of a project, and this is the topic of our session today. We'll spend 45 minutes together, and the idea how we position those sessions is that we want to be simple and useful. So I mean, thank you. We may have quite long experience in project management and so on, without necessarily using the official PMO or PMI or whatever institution in charge of project management. That's not important for us in the scope today. The important is to share some practices, some tools, some illustrations, which will make your processes easier. So in the session today, aside from the theory, which was one project which we had the opportunity to lead in the Arbiters Commission in FIDE, which was the training for arbiters and for arbiters in online and hybrid tournaments, which happened during the pandemic. And we hope this will help you have a more concrete illustration if you are not so familiar with project management. So what is project management? Basically, it's the idea of not just going without a plan to your targets, but really use some processes, methods, tools in order to reach your goals. There are many words on this slide. Maybe the blue box at the bottom is the most meaningful one. If you want to run a project without a plan, it's like when you play a chess game without making a plan. So, of course, you can do some moves, but maybe you will lose a piece very quickly, you will get checkmated and so on. While if you have a plan, if your opponent is stronger, of course, you will win, but you may have better chances of success in general. So, Kema, would you like to tell us what a project is in general?
Yeah, project is a some action endeavor undertaken to have finally some product, service, or result. So the characteristics of a well-planned project is to have a clear start and end. Yeah, it's something new to create. We need to have a project, to have a well-planned project. You need to have a definite boundaries, and yeah, it's not business as usual.
Yeah, that's the main point, that it's not business as usual. I mean, even if your activities, and we can add the next slide, even if your activities are sometimes complex, it doesn't mean that they are a project. And the importance is that you have a start, an end, sorry, and that you have clarified what you will cover, what you don't accept to cover as part of the project. All this for better clarity and for you to be better positioned to reach success in general. So what we propose is that for the next ones, just to get familiar with this idea of, is it a project or is it business as usual? We chose a few examples, like for instance, organizing the annual General Assembly of the Federation. I guess it's obvious for everyone. This is business as usual, yeah? Then host a continental championship. Is it something like routine or a project? Maybe it happens only once in the story of your in the history of your federation. This is the project. Okay, the same for calculate the national rating. Maybe it's very complex and you have plenty of data to collect, a lot of actors concerned, but this is just a usual process. Contrary to the fact of changing, for instance, the rating system for your federation. And finally, we have plenty of them in the projects submitted for the PDC funding. Introduce chess in schools. This can be a project. So far, everything's fine. Okay. So how is the life cycle of a project? I guess, okay, it's quite small on the screen, but I guess many of us, we are very happy with the blue arrow here. like execute the projects. I need to run my tournament and so on and so on. But actually, this is not the only component of a project. And what we want to see today is the importance of all the 5 steps that usually exist in a project, from the initiation, planning, execution, monitoring, and closure of the project. If you make the effort to cover all 5, then this will probably make your life easier. Although sometimes if you're not used to cover some of the steps, you would have to learn about them. And that's why we are together today. First phase, the project initiation. So we start with an idea. Okay, I would like to organize a training because there is a need. The chess community now is in the pandemic. I remind you that our registration is about training arbiters during the pandemic. We need to better understand how it works with online and so on. So I have an idea, but is this enough to run a project? Maybe not. We would need to clarify what the exact target will be. What will be? Is it only online? Do we also cover hybrids? Do we go for over-the-board tournaments and things like that? So what we accept to cover, what is not covered. And of course, in order to execute a project, you need also some resources. So you will have stakeholders to identify, those from inside the team, but also those who are our clients, the players, the arbiters, or whoever can be impacted by a chess project, okay? So the first step, which is very important, is to determine the goal. So as we said, having an idea is already a very good start, but it is definitely not enough to start the project. You need to have better defined goals. So I guess if anyone ever had a meeting or a training on chess, not on chess, on project management, you heard about SMART goals. Like this is an acronym to help us to have better defined goals. In our context, again, we take the example of this training program. We want specific, measurable, achievable, relevant to the context and time-bound objective. For instance, if I say I want to organize a hybrid and online training, this is much more specific than just having the idea of educating arbiters. In terms of measurement of the goals, maybe it makes sense that I say we want sessions from 20 to 30 people, because below 20, it would not be economically viable. And above 30, then it's the quality of the training which would not correspond to the expectations. So that's also something important to specify what measurable goals we have. Achievable, if we want people to understand the concepts enough, maybe in half an hour, it's not enough. And so we decided 8 hours for the basic level and 8 hours for the advanced level. Relevant, we already said in the introduction, we decided to go for it because this was the pandemic and that was a trigger for such needs. And as I did not mention about the size of the project, but the idea was to cover every federation and sponsor 2 of them through the FIDE Development Fund, plus open to anybody who was interested. So at the end, we touched 800 arbiters. It's not something we did in 2 minutes. Huh? So the idea was to make a good program. We had, let's say, a reasonable start date within 6 weeks.
Let me just add here with that the pitch meetings that PDC team initiated this year with federations is a good example of collecting this kind of information, which probably not easy to write, let's say, in the Appendix B that we require. So after the pitch meetings, we enlighten federations that in the Appendix B, we need concrete, focused goals that Laurent just mentioned here.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Kema. Indeed. Okay, we took the time to prepare this presentation and we thought a long time about what would be meaningful and so on. Sometimes it's better when you have the help, an external help. So when we have this exchange during the meetings, it indeed helps asking questions and getting answers which would be interesting. Kema, would you tell us about the different actors which are involved?
Yeah, the stakeholders of the project can be internal and external. Internal is your project team, probably federation team, a project manager who is the lead of the project, let's say, and a sponsor who provides resources. No, the federation seeks for resources, provides seeks for funding, provides resources, and externally, these are those partners, let's say, stakeholders that you work with, as Laurent mentioned. It's players, us, like us as sponsors of funding, and Ministry of Sports and government.
Exactly. That's important for you at this stage to understand what are the different interactions you may have with them. I mean, if we take the example, for instance, of PDC, you are planning your project and you want to request funding. So in our context, you will present the project somehow on a high level. We don't need to know the lowest details, but we need some key elements which we will see a bit later. If you are dealing with your project team, they need instructions, clear goals at their level on what you would expect from them to reach the ultimate goal, which is the conclusion of your project, whether it is an event that you organize, a training, implementing a new chess club or whatever. So one other item which is important in the life of a project, and I will probably repeat it several times during the session, it's very important that you adapt to your context. I mean, if you're doing something pretty simple, you don't need to implement some rocket science plans which take more time than the execution of the project, of course. But let's say, theoretically speaking, it's interesting to know that if you have a project of reasonable size, it can be interesting to set up what we call a project charter. A project charter, this is a document, and it materializes the existence of the project. So it will be like an ID card of the project. What's the title, description, what are the goals? It goes even to who is the project leader, who are the people in the team, such kind of elements which kind of make a full description, definition of your project. If we want to make a small parallel, we can advertise the Appendix B, which you use when you apply for funding in FIDE. This is not exactly a project charter, but this is close to it. We find similar kind of information inside of it, and that can be very helpful if you take the habit in any kind of project to formalize where you want to go. Okay, I just put the first page here, but on the subsequent pages, you have the budget, you have the KPIs and other elements which are relevant. Okay, that next slide is just also an illustration. That's what we did during that project. We did not make a complicated project charter. The team involved was the usual team from the Commission. So we did not formalize it so much, but we had to highlight important elements because we wanted to share them with PDC at that time. We were the Arbiters Commission. We thought, okay, we have an idea to spread quickly the knowledge and good practices for arbiters online. So we proposed that we sponsor 2 people per federation. And we can't just come to Sonja, who was my predecessor, then and say, hey, please support and without giving any details. So we prepared this document in order to help understand what the context was, what the vision is, what the actual execution is expected to be, and so on, to give some details to get proper support for the project. So that's it for the initial phase about initiation of the project. You can see that at that phase of the project, we did not go into many details. We gave, okay, pretty deep ideas on what we wanted to do, but the detailed planning or any kind of execution steps, they were not yet dealt at that time. I mean, if we did not get the support, maybe we would say, okay, we won't have the success and we don't actually start. And we will speak better about this when we speak about the budgeting in the second session later. But yeah, it's good that you put your resources where they are useful. I mean, if you start executing and then you learn, but my God, I can't finish because I will never get the money. Maybe it was not even necessary to start. So that's why step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5 are important to cover in the proper sequence. So second step is our project planning. So we come into more details at that moment, and again, you will project what the different areas of the project are, what kind of workload you would have to cover your different tasks. You see, we are starting to use more concrete vocabulary about execution. So the planning is like the preparation for execution. And again, when you do your planning, it's very good that you have a way or another to know, to materialize where you want to go. So you will schedule some tasks, etc. But you may do it, okay, maybe I exaggerate if I say you may do it on the paper, because nowadays almost everybody has a computer. So you may do it on a spreadsheet, for instance, if it's a reasonable sized project. Afterwards, if you have a much more complex project where you have a lot of dependencies, meaning that if you need to wait for one task to start, that one or many others are finished, and you need to well monitor and understand about these dependencies, maybe at that stage, you would rather go for a more powerful project management tool. But for most of our projects, we can just deal with it with a spreadsheet and, let's say, common sense and a few ideas on what is useful to cover.
So to sum up, you just split the project into smaller units to handle easily, to have a project roadmap and calendar with tasks. Okay. Speaking about splitting the project into smaller units, the work breakdown structure is a must to have at the second phase of the project planning. You distribute the tasks and into smaller units like these chunks, and you understand what directions and what work each group, or each team, or each unit shall cover.
Yes, exactly. And okay, again, this one has many squares on the slide. I hope it's not too small. But what I like with this one is that it is not much complicated. You see, it looks like an organizational chart, and you split your project. And what can be interesting is that in front of each chunk or smaller parts, you can put who is in charge of this. Then you have a visual. Okay, I know I'm someone very much visual. Maybe it's not the case of everybody, but here you have very easily visual supervision of your project, like a map of your project, and that's very useful in order to identify what are the different tasks, what are the different sub-projects that you may need to work on. So now we have defined what are the different components of the projects. Maybe it's time to think about, okay, how do I put them in proper sequence so that I may reach my goal of training my 800 arbiters. Okay, so in this example, you can see this is just a plain spreadsheet formatted like a calendar. It's every column is a week, or no, it's a day, sorry. Whenever we have the yellow, it's the weekends and so on. So it's from March until July in 2021. And we have on a single view different aspects which can be useful for us in the project. In this project, who are some of the stakeholders? We have the lecturers, the people who will train the audience. So at the top, we just put our colleagues, lecturers, and if they have any constraints of availability. Then in the middle, we have like project aspects. Like, as you can see, it's not rocket science, just a few important steps, like contacting the federations, informing them about the initiative, collecting the subscription of participants, collecting the names that they propose for the sponsorship, because we said that we cover two of each federation's arbiters, and then preparing the technical aspects like the curriculum, the technical platform, and so on. And finally, when we reach, let's say, the execution steps of each session, every time 4 days, then we have the planning for the entire project. The next one, again, is just like an illustration of kind of simple things. It's good to make a project, to train the people, but it's also good to make the community aware of what we are doing. It promotes, let's say, the product that we created, this project, this training program, sorry, and it gives visibility, recognition to the fact that that IPCC supported and so on. So a very simple communication plan, but can be just with 3 columns. Like, when do you want to communicate? About what? And let's say why. You decide about the contents. If you have several platforms, we decided here to have only communication on the website and post on the Facebook as an echo of the website. So the main media was the website. If you have several ways to communicate, like either through your own social media and so on, or through a journalist or whoever, you can add another column, which is just which channel you want to use. So now we reach the one which we are probably the most familiar with, about the execution. You want to execute something, Kemal?
This is my favorite part. This is operation phase of the project execution. So after you have done all the planning, preparation, dissemination, every chunk, every team has worked out their the things that they had to. You are 1 day before the project starts, so it's the high time to do the actual work and to implement the project. So what is very important here is that you have collaborative tools, you communicate, you have daily briefings, debrief meetings, you have emails, you have group chats to chat about some urgent issues. You make sure that you have visibility of the various components of the project as well. And of course, as a leader, you monitor the progress of the project every minute, second, and day.
Yes, and maybe again, this slide you would decide depending on the complexity of your project, if it's necessary to document some things more or less. But I would say, generally speaking, make sure that you secure your deliverables for the project. So here we have this DDD, like define your deliverables. In our context, we want a 4 times 2 hour training session. Describe the individual chunks. So describe each of them, like first lecture is the introduction, then we have about regulations and so on. And finally, detail to facilitate the execution. So here, this was one of the, let's say, connection between the architecture of the project and the execution. Like the lecturers, they would have this from the education team. You need to prepare your lectures so that they cover this, that item. So in the context of a training, this looks like this, but you would have similar things about organizing an event. Like, okay, I want to make sure that we invite someone for the protocol of first move at the start of the game, that we have someone in charge of logistics who would have to make sure that we have the material, chess clocks, score sheets, whatever related to the good success of the event. So again, depending on your taste, on your goals, you may decide whatever tool, but it's good that you make sure to secure the deliverables of the project. And the phase 3, even though on the previous slide you had phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in sequence, this was not 100% accurate. I would say from the moment you start executing, it's important to start monitoring. I mean, it's like in modern cars, we all have, is it called speedometer? To measure the speed, yeah? So when you start the engine and you start driving, you like to know at which speed you're progressing. So it's the same for the project. From the moment you execute, it's very good that you understand if you're ready because you're already ordered all the score sheets and things like that. This is a task you don't need to do anymore. So project monitoring, you will follow your plan, your tasks, and it's important that you understand if some tasks are at risk, then you might need help if it's one of your tasks, or if you are just supervising the project and someone else is working on the task, maybe you want to offer your help to make sure that you don't miss an intermediate target of the project. And then it's up to you what is the most meaningful to monitor your project. And we will speak in the next slides about KPIs or such concepts. Yeah, it's really up to you to know what's the good monitoring aspects that will help you understand if you are on track or if you need some help, some extra efforts. So, for instance, this is how we decided to follow the progress. We had many sessions in total, I think 30 or something. This was for the basic course. So we had almost 20 sessions like this. As I said, our objective was to have between 20 and 30 participants in each of the sessions. So this is a way for us to measure that we are on track. Some of them, they had slightly more, like 31, 32, and so on. And then, of course, we want to follow if our project is viable compared to the budget we expected. So we had a target to be balanced between the income which came either from FIDE as a sponsorship from PDC or from federations. Some of the federations, they said, okay, we pay for our students and some other federations. They said, no, the students register themselves and they pay themselves. So this is a way for us to track how it was covered. And so between the income and the expenses, at the end of the day, we reach like plus 60 euro out of almost 15,000, which is pretty close to the initial target that we had expected, that we had defined. I see that there are some questions in the chat, not many. Is there any guide for this type of projects or previous projects that have been accepted to be able to apply? This is related to doctoral studies. I think this is pretty specific. Maybe we can speak about it outside of this because probably more related to PDC questions. Can mental health projects be carried out of high performance players? Yeah, I guess I mean, from the moment you have an idea of projects and then as again, you make it a bit more concrete about what would be your specific goal. I mean, that's quite interesting about the question. Can mental health projects be carried out? Okay, yes. But this is for the moment closer to an idea than to a project based on what we expressed about our SMART goals. So I would advise you reflect about the your goal that you have in mind, and then from there, if you need some support from I don't know your government or from PDC, if it's among the sponsored the possibly sponsored areas, we will evaluate. And as mentioned, the way we evaluate is that we receive Appendix B, which is the funding request. So I think we will speak again about this kind of things before the end of the session. You will have to adapt to the expectations of your stakeholders, especially the ones who are funding you. Sometimes they have some formalism to follow. Just to have another illustration of maybe other ways to follow whether your project is successful, is to monitor some KPIs, so key performance indicators. In our example, we wanted to have at least 2 arbiters per federation, which would be sponsored by the development fund. And then we followed, exactly this concept. Like we had 195 federations, which means 390 slots in the scope. And did we attain the target or not? I think at the end we had a good okay. We also had some federations coming with 10-15 people, so on average for sure we went far above this 390, but we had a fairly good also number of federations which sent arbiters, and this was one of the important elements of monitoring for success.
Mm-hmm.
Are we closing the project, phase 5?
Yes, we're closing the projects, and when deliverables are finished, when the final outputs get together, get collected, let's say, clear, we need to make the final report, either internal financial for your auditors or for the sponsors if needed. And which is not less important is a reflection meeting where you share together with your team on the challenges, issues, of course, good sides of the projects, but challenges and problems are really more important to get fixated, not to face in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very important point. Why do we consider it's very important to close properly the project? Is that basically the same when you study chess. I mean, you play a game, you win, you lose, you draw. Okay, at the end, what do? You make the analysis with your partner. Okay, and what is the use of making this analysis of the game? Okay, you exchange ideas, etc. The feeling about the game, but for yourself, what's the benefit afterwards? You learn something. Oh, I missed these tactics. I dominated because of this feature of my play during this game and so on. This is the same concept here. Invest the time when you finish your project to have this reflection meeting with the team, at least with the team, with your colleagues who worked on the project, to understand what you can do better, what you learned, what experience you can capitalize on for your future projects. Okay. Then, of course, we speak about the conclusion of the project. You would be expected to make a final report. So what's the final report? For yourself, as we said, one of the main features is that you would conclude properly what you learned, etc. But also, when there is money involved, it's good that you can report about the usage of the money and how much did the project cost you, or how much did you get from the project. And basically, in some cases, like when you get funding, for instance, from PDC or maybe from your government as well, what will happen is that we tell you, yeah, we are very happy to support you, but at the end, you need to justify the usage of the funds. It's not like Santa Claus giving you a gift. We are supporting the development of chess, and we want to see how the development of chess materialized through the project. So whether it's PDC, whether it's your government, there will be maybe some predefined templates that you need to use. So for the reporting, here on this slide, we illustrate it through the final report from PDC, but it can be different formats. And I would advise, in general, okay, you can see that we are pretty friendly in PDC, but Alan is with us today, so he's not very happy if we don't receive reports as a member of the verification commission. So on a more serious note, this is like a contract. So you get the funding, it's part of the contract to send the report. And of course, it's much better when the requester sends the report on time using the proper documents. Then we, of course, save a lot of time because we don't have to deal only with one report, but maybe with 60, 80, 100. And if they are all formalized properly, it's much easier for us to work on them. And when we see them arrive with the proper format and on time, it's also a more positive experience for the future, saying, okay, oh yeah, we saw the report was just perfect. Whatever we needed was inside. We did not need to ask 3 times, and that's very positive in general. So we are already reaching the last slide of this first module on project management. I would like to highlight really 3 main ideas. And yeah, I see that my French autocorrect played with me with the accent on execution. So consider really the project from A to Z. Don't limit yourself to phase number 3, execution. Invest some time on the initiation, really the good definition of your project plan. Of course, what we did not highlight is that you may use different methodologies for your projects. I would say in many of the cases, the common sense methodology is fairly good when you're dealing with a pretty small project. And this is not a problem. You don't need to implement complicated things. What you need to put in place are things which are useful for you for the success of your project. And so in some cases, you don't make a lot of planning ahead, but you say, okay, every week we progress we make one loop, we make a little deliverable for next week, and then next week another one, another one, another one. So you need to adapt to your project methodology, but generally speaking, don't forget any of the steps, and absolutely avoid forgetting to report if you got some funding expecting a report. This is a subliminal message. The second one anticipates the formalization of your projects. I mean, even if your project is, we are now in December, your project is for June, but you already know what you want to do. So why would you wait for the 31st of May to start phase 1 and 2? It's good. The more time you have, the more your brain can be fresh on the topic, and you can be a bit relaxed about the preparation of your project. It's much better if you have 2, 3, 4 weeks to think about how will I really formulate my ideas, my objectives, as we mentioned, and then submit my request. And then I still have 4 months to prepare the execution. From the moment I requested money, if we take again the example of PDC funding, I requested money in advance. Okay. If we are happy on the PDC side, we won't wait that you finish the project to submit the money. So it's also good for your cash for the project. So don't wait for the last moments to formalize your project. And again, okay, this one I said it already several times, really don't feel any kind of pressure about using, I must use a project charter, I must use this format of tool. No, you don't have to. Just try to understand which one is appropriate for your context and go on with it. Are there any questions or comments or some things that you would like to share about project management in general? First of all, maybe was it clear what we presented and useful for you? Okay, no comments. Gemma, you want to add something?
No, if no question. Yeah, someone will say.
Ali?
We think it would be very good if you see anyway, send us all of support documents in French, so we can understand very fluently about that. So thanks for joining. It's very important for us because we must think about planning and development of that project. So you can help us and as in French all of those support documents, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. That's a good question. I think it can be interesting to get in touch with the IDF, the French-speaking association, because I know that in some cases they translate. Yeah, we should try to consider if there is some will to have the content. Yeah, of course, today we are speaking English because this is the common language. But if we have some colleagues who can present this in French, in Spanish, Arabic, or other languages, that can be interesting to go. Yeah.
All right, I understand that. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a question or comment from Paul in the chat. Yeah, indeed. I think we can improve the communication in general about the timeline for receiving funds. This is not directly related to the training now, but yeah, we have some actions in progress to streamline the funding process in general. Any other questions? Okay, then I think I will share the second one. Are you ready for the second one, or do you want to have a few minutes break? I'm used to speak all day long, so it's up to the audience. Ready? Okay, so maybe we took the same approach for this second module. So the second module is about budgeting, and as I didn't know how long we would have breaks or things like that, we just decided to put like an icebreaker question. So what is a budget? If you like, you can vote in the chat. A, an amount of money received for a project for the operations of an organization. B, an estimation of revenue and expenses over a specified future period of time. C, a list of expenses justified by invoices and receipts that need review by an auditor. And D, a set of projects designed to generate income for an organization in a calendar year. So B.
I would believe Alan.
Yes. Okay, so thanks for those who contributed in the chat. Yeah, indeed, the answer is B, an estimation of revenue and expenses. This is not only expenses, but we tried to formulate it like a trap, because in many of the discussions, interactions we can have, it's very common that people share their needed expenses, the costs, but in front of them, not the way to fund them. So the budget is really answering both the question, what do I need to pay, and how can I pay everything? Okay. So this is just the title. And for this one, we have a similar approach. Our idea, again, is to be pretty basic, simple. And the topic is budgeting this time. And instead of having a real project, we used a case study at the end to illustrate in a bit different way. Okay. So let's go on. What is actually budgeting? Budgeting, it's, as we already almost mentioned it during this introductory icebreaker, is the process of creating a financial plan. So in the previous session, we spoke about project planning. Budgeting, it's the counterpart, if we can say it this way, project management. We have the counterpart with the finance, which is budgeting. And the key elements is that we want to deal with income and expenses, not only expenses. And of course, if you start doing this exercise by having this balance of I need to pay this and I know how I will fund the project or the activity, then this is a very useful tool for you in order to be proactive in your management of your finance, and also to help making decisions. Okay, do I have still available money to add some features to the project, or do I need to make a sad decision of stopping a part of the project because I got cut with some funding, external funding? Okay, so this really is an important tool for your federation to understand the flexibility that you may have on the financial side. Okay. Okay, so this one is just an illustration of all the different, maybe not all, but a few of the different benefits that you have by having effective budgeting rather than just waiting for invoices to come and see if you still have money on your account to continue the project. So as we said, this is a tool, budgeting. This is a framework for your organization on the final aspects. So it helps you to better plan about your finance. You can anticipate when you need money. You can decide, because you have available funds, to spend on this or that project or resource. It's also interesting for you. If you anticipate, I would consider this part a little bit more advanced than only considering what I will have to pay, where do I find the money? Risk mitigation, which means it can be that, okay, that company which is sponsoring us, I heard that there is a risk that they will, sorry, I don't know the English word, they will bankrupt. That they will bankrupt. So maybe the 2,000 euros that they promised, they are at risk. So you can anticipate some kind of uncertainties. When you have this full picture of where you want to go, then you can have a more data-driven approach. Again, when we say data-driven, this is related to your capability to make decisions well informed. And of course, when you have this vision, it also helps you understand if one decision will impact you severely or not in your financial health, and if it's good for the federation to go for it, or better to be secure for this particular project, for instance. Decision making supported by the effective budgeting. Of course, when you have not everything is money, I mean, but when you have a clear understanding of where you want to go, because you have planned. If you remember from the previous session, when we were sharing this monitoring tool. In the monitoring tool, at some point I said, oh, we want it to be flat, to be balanced between income and expenses. And at the end, we had 60, we were plus 60 out of 15,000. We were almost at the target. So that's also a way for you to understand if you reach your goals. And in some cases, again, we will speak about flexibility, about adapting the budget to the circumstances which happen to you. You will sometimes have to change, to adapt your plan so that we manage to reach the goals. And finally, this also helps you to, let's say, have financial health or well-being. If you well follow what's the situation of your cash flow, maybe you will avoid having debts. To the contrary, if you already have debts, but you manage your budget and you make sure to have a plan to compensate the debt, and maybe in a few months or in a year, you're back to zero, then you will be happy because you can start other projects without having the burden of the debt on your shoulders. Okay? Oops, wrong button. So let's move on with some key budgeting concepts. What is a budget?
The types, I can cover the types very quickly.
Okay.
I think everyone knows the types of the budgets. There are operating budget. There is operating budget that covers routine expenses, daily activities, some planned, let's say, well-planned expenditure. Cash flow budget. An organization needs to have some cash to cover and to pay some immediate financial needs. And capital budget, a federation or an entity needs to have a long-term plan of investments and expenditures that could have a significant and lasting impact on the organization. So this is clear, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think I would just add that in our case, we will more focus on the operating budget. Like this is for your operations of the federation, but of course, if you have like an investment, I don't know, buying an office or something like this, it would rather be in this capital budget as mentioned by Kema. So, what are the different key elements of budgeting process? You see, it's somehow similar to what we said in project management earlier. First thing we have in mind, set financial goals. Then estimate income and expenses. That will be very important to understand what is the size of the activities that we are capable to cover. And then, of course, we want to execute. So like in the execution of the project, here we want to allocate resources. And like in the project, we wanted to monitor, we have review, adjustment, etc., which will help us progress with the execution of our plan towards the budget. So financial goals, okay, we don't call them SMART goals this time, but you can find similar concepts. If you remember, we said, okay, we want to be relevant. And here, the first item we put here, we want some alignment. So if you say, I want to send players to the World Championship, and in your budget, you put 5,000 euro buying new chess sets. Is it aligned? Not really, right? You will say, okay, I have to buy some tickets. I have to pay for the hotel, the visa, or whatever. And then it's aligned between the objective sending players to the World Championship and the expenses to go to the championship. So this is very important. If you say A in your speech about what you want to achieve, you must show A in the budget as well. Otherwise, it's not consistent. You can have different types of goals, of course. We mentioned a few examples like you are in debt. So maybe a short-term goal is I want to clear the debts. You can have medium or long-term goals. Like long-term, we spoke about buying an office or something. This would be rather like a long-term goal, for instance. And yeah, I mixed both parts, like illustrating with the repay of a debt, for instance. But you can have different categories of goals. If you want, for instance, to say, okay, in a couple of years, I need to have accumulated some money because we need to invest on this project, and we need to have initial money for it. Maybe you will have some goals to accumulate savings, etc. But what is again very important is that you need to be consistent between the objectives of your organization and the financial goals that you link to them. Okay? So I think it's Kema's turn again. Creating a budget.
Well, yeah. Now we need to estimate, forecast the revenue, how much we will have how much we should expect from the future income. Yeah. Well, the list of income sources should be in front of your eyes, let's say, whether it's membership fees, whether you expect some governmental support, or you apply for grants like FIDE Federation funding, or you seek already for sponsorship and you agreed on some sponsoring fundings or donations. Having that in mind, you also better evaluate how much you expect from each of these resources when money comes to your account. Of course, it's very important to be accurate and consider different scenarios, like 100% all those resources will fulfill the obligations or plan, or it will be something will go wrong.
Yeah, what's good to notice also is on some cases, for instance, if we go back to the example of PDC funding or sometimes some government grants, there will be how to say, a condition associated to the funding, like, okay, you receive the money, but you must use it for this type of project. In PDC funding, we say, okay, we are happy to fund some development projects, but you must not use the money for admin costs. So those can be the imposed usage which you see here. What's also a good fact is that if you can project yourself into, let's say, an ambitious trend on one way, okay, oh yeah, we will receive sponsor from the main telecom company. They will give us 5,000 and so on and so on. But maybe they don't give it because it's not signed. We haven't secured the sponsorship yet. So maybe it's good to have an alternate scenario where you decide to go for a more conservative approach. That's interesting to have in mind this flexibility. And the more you anticipate it, the better it is, because then you won't be surprised on the day that something which was not secured does not arrive.
Mm-hmm. Once you plan and estimate the future income, now it comes to expenditures. How much you need to you will have to spend for this amount of money. So one of the important thing to do is to categorize expenses. That expenses can be of different types. Like fixed one, you need to pay rent, you need to pay some subscription, you need to pay something else that already in your plan. Variable, which is like you need to send some players to an event conditionally, or on time you buy some chess acquisition material or anything like that. And also categories could be administrative, as we say, events and competitions, players development, and communication. So accuracy is always a must, yeah. And the budget should be balanced. Laurent, please, here you need to help me with this allocation funds.
Yes, I would say in general, what the way I do is that I try to be as accurate as possible to have a meaningful budget and meaningful expenses. The idea is not to underestimate and then have bad surprises, but also not to overestimate the expenses and then they are meaningless. And especially, I would say, if you request funding from an external source and you go for completely unreasonable amounts, they would maybe consider that your request is not credible. So try to be okay to keep some contingency or something in case of need, of course, but to be accurate for your own credibility and also internally speaking. I mean, if you know that a chess set costs 20 euros, don't put it for 50 because then you lose total track of what you're actually needing to spend. Maybe another comment about this expense planning. I don't know if you're like me, but sometimes I have an idea. Oh, I would like this. I would like that. I would like this, but maybe I don't have the money in my bank account. So this list of expenses, maybe you have a very, very, very long list, but you know that not all of them can be covered because you don't get enough budget. So we will also speak later about prioritization. And that's why it's written here, allocate funds to the most critical needs first. This one is, I would say, an interesting illustration of this flexibility and implementing two different scenarios. So what did we put on this table? We said, okay, budget is expenses here on the left and income. And we wanted to balance expenses with income. So let's take this example. As a comment on the right, I put whether the income is a fixed income. So we secured it, we have a contract and so on and so on. We know it comes for sure. And it can be variable. We are a chess federation, and maybe this year we have 100 members paying their membership. And we say, okay, it's 50 euros each to simplify the calculation. Or maybe we have 200. So the red part, it's the variable part. If we have scenario 1, which will give us 10,000 plus 5, which is 15,000 secured. And then in scenario 1, we have 5,000, which means scenario 1, we have a total of 20. And on the left, we said, okay, for instance, here we are renting our office, which means that even if we have 0 member, we still have the fixed costs for the office rent. That's why it's called here, it's a must, okay? And then we said in the plans for our federation, we want to execute 4 projects, and the most important is material acquisition. The number 2 is event organization, the national championship. Number 3, we want to send in the zonal championship a player. And number 4, we want to increase the level of training of our players, so we will hire a coach, okay? So if we compare, here we have 15. With projects 1, with the must plus 1 plus 2, we reach 15. So it means that the green, they are balanced. According to our plan, priority number 1 and 2, they are secured. Okay? But then in scenario 1, we have 5,000, but project number 3 costs 8,000, which means that we are missing 3,000. To the contrary, if we are in the positive scenario number 2, we managed to reach 200 members instead of 100 members. Then we have a total of 10, 20, 30. No, sorry, I should not count the variable one. So 25 in total, and on the left we have projects for 25. So we remain balanced, and with 200 members, then we are capable to cover our 4 different projects, not only 2.5. Okay. So I propose to continue with the next part of the session, which is about monitoring and controlling budget. Again, it's quite good that we put together project and budgeting. Regular tracking and review is important. It's like you're driving your car. When you drive your car, you regularly look at the I don't know the English word. Le tableau de bord, the switchboard maybe, or something like this. where you have the speedometer, the level of fuel and everything. You have some indicators. And if you never look at the speed, maybe you get a fine. If you never look at the fuel, you get an empty tank and so on. So regular monitoring is very, very, very important, because then you can adapt to the context. As we said earlier, if you received extra money, maybe you can do one more project, like in the previous slide. If you have some funding cuts, you need to make a decision, and you need maybe to revise your budget accordingly. It's also good, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, contingency planning. Be prepared in case some events might impact your budget, to be ready to react. And again, when you are ready for flexibility, it's much easier for you to adapt to the changes of circumstances. So the next slide is about a tool, or let's say a concept, that can be useful for you, again, to support this evaluation of how you are progressing with the execution of your budget. It's called variance analysis. Okay, variance, we can imagine that it's comparing something with something else. Oh, thank you, dashboard. Yeah, I need to practice my English. So the variance analysis, we will compare basically the budget, so your plan, and the actual figures. So it's very good if you have like a regular follow-up of this exercise, and you compare between your plan and your actuals. You understand easily if you spent more. For instance, you had planned that, okay, to reach 1,500 or 1,700 for my player, I wanted to pay like 1 month. Okay, it's a bit strange example, but 1 month of coaching. Okay, but after 1 month of coaching, you reached only 1,600. So you pay a second month of coaching, and then you reach the goal. But then, compared to your initial plan, you spent twice as much as planned. So of course, before deciding that you will pay the second month, I hope that you check that you have enough in your plans and available money. So once you have this proactive approach of making this variance analysis, and you do it regularly, you're more prompt to make adjustments. Sorry. And we mentioned, let's say, negative impact, but variance can be positive or negative. So it can be that you have then extra income, and you may be in a position to increase your activities. Everything okay until now?
I guess so.
Okay.
If people are not very tired. Yeah.
I hope I'm not too boring listening to me.
Yes,
So
So-
communication and
interesting,
reporting.
so we can continue.
Okay, good. So transparent communication and transparent reporting is also one of the successful keys to have a very good budget, yeah, and to process it. Well, first of all, one needs to ensure that the budget reflects the needs only of the different departments within the sport federation. And the stakeholders should be regularly updated and reported on what was spent and what is the plan to spend the budgets. And demonstrating the federation's commitment to sound financial management is also very significant. I wanted just to be very shortened within the slide, but Laurent, please, if you want to add something.
Yeah, sure. Just to add a bit of how to say teamwork and involvement of your team. I mean, when we say collaboration, it means, yeah, it's good if you well understand that, okay, your guy in charge of the trainers, he has the plan, he wants to train 50 new trainers so that you can spread more chess in this city or that region and so on. And so it's important that you understand what the different entities of the federation, what the different sectors want to do, what they can do. And then you say, okay, yeah, we support this initiative from the Arbiters Commission, from the Chess in School Commission, or whatever commission in your federation, if you have commissions. And then you have a better also connection with the different entities of the federation. So in general, it's good also to have some predefined tools, templates, or formats. I'm not so much experienced financial person, but there are some maybe name of documents that you are familiar with. For instance, the standard formats balance sheet, statement of income and expenses. You will hear about them tomorrow if you are part of the members of the General Assembly, because they are part of the official documents that a federation, an association in general, or even a company would present in order to understand the financial situation of the entity. What is interesting, as we are not focusing this time on a project, although budgeting also works for a project, but we are focusing on the budget of the federation now. And it's very good if you can look back and compare with the previous years. So compare the evolution over time. And the last item here, it's again a kind of dotted line with PDC funding, because it may be that you are using balance sheet, statement of income and expenses for your usual things, but maybe we ask for a slightly different format for the report to the funding process, Appendix D. And then, yeah, unfortunately, you would have to adapt your existing document so that they comply with those expected documents in the specific context of sponsorship or of reporting to external entities. Okay? So I suggest we just illustrate briefly what those documents, balance sheets, and statement of income and expenses represent. So basically the balance sheet, and what I did is that I used the FIDE General Assembly documents, which are available on the internet for the agenda of the General Assembly tomorrow. So balance sheet is a financial snapshot. You have basically 2 or 3 concepts covered there. The first one is assets. So basically, this is what the federation owns. And I forgot if I had to present this one or Kema. What do you prefer?
I prefer. I'm sorry. I prefer you to.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. So assets is basically what you own, and you can use it to generate some income. So examples are like you have cash, buildings, equipment, and so on. To the contrary, the liabilities are what you owe to others. So this can be loans, what you need to pay to suppliers, and so on. And there is a third concept, which is called equity. Basically, it's the result of an equation, like assets minus liabilities equal equity. And this is what you have left after all the debts have been paid. So this is interesting to have the situation of the federation. What is, let's say, more oriented to your activity in general is the income statement. As we said about the projects, we had the project charter. This is the ID card of your project. Here we can say that the income statement is like the financial card of the federation. For the current year, it will show how much you earned. This is the income, how much you spent. And okay, this one I just put the screenshot for 1 page out of 3, but this document is 3 pages, and you will find the different elements which are related to the activity. What income we got from the federations, from the registrations in tournament, what sponsorship you got, etc., etc. How you spend, for instance, you organized your national championship, you organized a training seminar, you had a special event for the 20 years of your federation or things like that. So everything will be transparently reported in the income statement. And of course, if your income is bigger than your expenses, then you make some profit. And if your income is smaller than your expenses, then unfortunately, this will be a loss. Those documents, again, they are important for transparency and display accountability. Basically, when you look at this, you can normally easily compare between the words that you shared. Like, I want to organize a super national championship with 500 players. Somewhere in this document, you should find, of course, if they had to pay for the registration, but let's consider they had to, you should find the 500 players somewhere in the income statement, okay? Now I propose that we go for the next phase and almost final phase of this session about the case study that we mentioned. So we can imagine that we are the PDC Chess Federation and we want to execute the budgeting. So what's the context? We are Chess Federation, so on what can we live? We rely on membership fees, sponsorships, grants from the government, from FIDE, etc., from the PDC, to fund our activities. And so our scenario now is that we want to do the budgeting for the federation. We are given a few key information, like we are using, this is something we did not mention. I think in most of the context, you have the choice to decide if you do your stuff on a fiscal year, like from January to December. Some organizations, I will take the example from France. We start with what we call the season. When we go back to school in September, this is the start of a season. So it's from 1st of September, 31st of August. It's also 12 months, but spread differently. So this would be your choice. But in our case, it's the fiscal year from January to December. As we said, we have different income sources. So membership fees, sponsorships, grants, entry fees, merchandise, sales, and so on. And in front of them, we have some expenses of various kinds, chess tournaments. So this mixes different items like renting a venue, paying for the prizes, for the staff, and so on. And we have coaching programs, administrative, and so on. Okay, I don't need to go into details for any of them. You see that those are variety of expenses which a federation can be confronted to. So what did we say the first part of the exercise is? First, we want to deal with the income projection. So what do we estimate here? We say, okay, membership fees, we will get 25,000. We want to have some sponsors, 10,000, government grants, and so on. So again, we list the income sources and in front the amount for a total of 62,000 euro. Okay. Then the same exercise, but for the expenses. So we want to organize our chess tournament, coaching and training programs, and so on, and for a total of 60. Are we balanced now? Not really, because we had 60 on the one side and 62 on the other side. But is it a bad thing? I don't think it's really bad because, as we said, maybe we would need at some point some contingency. So when we group both parts of the exercise, so the income projection and the expense estimation, then we can just consider, okay, we have 62 on the right, and we add 2 here as a contingency and miscellaneous, and we will have 62 on the left as well, okay? Then let's imagine the next step. We track the execution. So in this one, we kept exactly the same presentation, but we added, and we chose to put in green when it's like a positive impact and in red when it's a negative impact. So what did we add? We said, okay, memberships fees, we had better performance than expected. We have 3,000 more than expected. Also, we had a little bit more entry fees from the tournaments, but we sold much less merchandise, okay? But in total, it's a positive plus 1,500, okay? When we look at the expenses, we have the similar exercise. We wanted to spend 20,000, but we had a problem with the hotel that we wanted to rent, and we needed to take another one, and it was a bit more expensive, and so on and so on. It's always interesting to have the explanations why we have deviations, of course, and that's part of the analysis we mentioned earlier, the variance analysis. Yeah. Again, coaching a bit less money, and so on and so on. And at the end, you see what? Here, we reached 0 for this contingency. So it's good that we had this kind of extra money here, because the other parts of the expenses, they were higher than our initial estimate. But at the end, we are still balanced. We are not in debt. We are not making benefits. But you see, 63,500, 63,500 on both sides of the budget tracking. Okay. And now we are reaching the final part of this session on budgeting, and we called it questions and tips on budgeting. So it's good if we know what to do, but it's also good if we know what not to do in order to avoid some mistakes. So in this slide, we wanted to highlight a few elements which are better to avoid. Again, the first one, do not spend resources without a budget. This is exactly the echo of what we said in the project management session earlier. Do not execute the project without a plan. So it's the same here, exactly the same concept, the same approach. Also, you would put yourself at risk if you decide to allocate a budget or to start a project without having sufficient control on it. So this is one tip to avoid putting your federation at risk and go to the path of being in debt. The next one is again related to, on the one hand, credibility, and do not use inaccurate budget estimation. It's better if you of course, if you did not understand the actual value of things and you had a wrong estimate, probably the next year you will have better experience and you will be more accurate. But don't do on purpose. Don't put on purpose inaccurate amounts in the budget. And of course, something which is really wrong, don't get reimbursed from several sources for the same expense. Huh? This is not okay. And again, in our example, we put one miscellaneous, and this was 2,000 euro out of 62,000. This was relatively small. Don't put everything under miscellaneous, miscellaneous, miscellaneous. Otherwise, your budget is not really a plan. It's like just a big amount of money, but you don't know what you are doing with this money. Okay? Then learn from the past. That's another important tip. The first year that you lead the federation, maybe you have no real experience. You will learn a lot, and the next years, don't forget what you learned from your past experience. As for project management, reflect, understand what was well done, what was a mistake, where you need to correct your actions, and so on. Reflect learn from the past. What do you need to improve? I hope that the mistakes that you did were not so much significant and you did not contract a very heavy debt or things like that. But yeah, understand what you need to improve, be transparent about that, and trying to find the most efficient way to improve so that in the future you have a better financial management in general. Also, the next slide I like quite a lot was prepared also by Mylinda as we mentioned earlier. Whenever you can, try to seek optimizations. I mean, I don't know for you, but I don't have a machine to multiply the cash. So if I get 1,000, it's better if I can find a way to get the maximum out of those 1,000, not the minimum. So try to optimize, find ways to, for instance, if we take the example of organization costs, you need maybe to cover some travel costs. Try to anticipate. That's why also when we spoke about anticipating, with the example of travel costs, if you started projects or if you anticipated your actions and you are capable to buy a ticket much earlier, maybe it will be much cheaper than if you buy it too late, basically. Try to have group rates or things like that. For accommodation, you may seek volume discounts. You decide to partner with a hotel who would, whenever you organize an event, you go to that hotel and then they give you some free rooms, or you make a partnership with them for the benefit of the federation. You can also, in some cases, if you have the opportunity, try to get donations for material, equipment, or even for some space. If someone is happy to have a free room at their office and they say, okay, we are your sponsor for your office, and you have this room for your office, then you don't have to pay the rent for the office. Do you have any other ideas for optimizing your capabilities of funding projects and funding your budget in general? The general idea is basically, if you can maximize what you can get for €1, then it's all good, all beneficial for a federation. Okay. So we're reaching the last slide for today. Again, a little conclusion before we stop. Budgeting, this is something really important. One of the most important tool for you to pilot your organization. So it's important that you cover it well, then it helps you to achieve your financial goals. And as we saw in the last slide, try to find some optimizations. Oh, great. There is some contribution in the chat about the question. Yeah. Hold events at low peak times. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Then you reduce the accommodation costs and such costs. That's a very good advice. Private boarding schools are one of the sponsors. Yeah, if you can indeed reach schools. We had recently in a pitch meeting discussion with the federation where they said, yeah, the private schools they are the best, and indeed in our context they like to have like competition. So if you enter one, then the other ones they also want chess, and then it's like more, and it helps to spread chess further. Indeed, that can be another way to optimize things and increase the opportunities. And yeah, of course, once you have this like positive cycle of budgeting, of reviewing, of implementing those processes, then it helps you really better understand your context. You can analyze your cost, how to optimize for the next year. You can better decide which expenses to prioritize and so on. So basically, I would not say it can become a game for you, but in a way, I mean, it's like in the game of chess. You move your pawns. Then, if you have everything properly in place, then you can more easily move your budget pawns, if I can say it this way. I think that's it for today. So if you have questions or comments, you're absolutely welcome.
Heroes.
Yeah, I would like to thank the team, and in particular Kema for helping today and being involved in the preparation phase of this training. This is the start. We prepared it in a short amount of time. We expect in the future, as we want to have this like every 6 weeks or something, we will have the first one at the beginning of February. I think we should publish on the PDC website those capacity building series from PDC. We want them to become like a regular rendezvous. Again, when I speak too much English, only my French comes. We want to have the opportunity to meet you regularly if you're interested by the topics. The idea is that we will listen to what federations wish to see covered. So for the moment, we only put like 6 modules, which means this session, there were 2 modules, project and budgeting. We also have in February, I think we put something related to organization, like the rating officer role and things related to organization. And I don't know by heart what we put in the 3rd session. Sorry for that. But the idea is to be in touch with you regularly and contribute in our modest way to spreading some good practices, sharing about projects, governance items and things like that, so that you are better equipped for your federation. Yes, exactly. If you have questions, they are welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Laurent. It's a nice meeting, and in Nepal it's almost midnight, 11:30. But I'm interested and thrilled about this meeting. So I have a curiosity about your in the budget topics, just about the reporting format. And you told the fiscal year of the FIDE is Jan to December. But in our nation, if we have to put audit report for you for the FIDE or PDC, we have a fiscal years. It will start from July, mid of the July. and it's in on the mid of the July.
Okay.
So there is a one. What will be the conclusion?
Okay.
One that, and another. I do have another.
Yeah.
So for the PDC funds limits, PDC funding limits, and I have some curiosity because when we will plan, just we are planning now. Now we made a MOU with the private boarding schools. They have almost 2,000 schools affiliated. So it's called the PAPSON in the short form, Private and Boarding Schools Organization Nepal, that the provincial level, that the center province, Bagmati Provincial Committee and Nepal Chess Federation had made on that MOU. And we have a 3 condition there. The name of the MOU is Chess in Education. Okay. But we have a 3 project. First, now we are starting to train their teachers as a ASI. And we finished almost 3. And just coming Friday and Saturday, we have a 5 venue for the SI seminars. After this all SI seminars, there will be almost 2,000 to 3,000 SIs from that organizations. So then after they will train for the 3 to 4 months in their schools, and they will attract for their students how chess should be played. And chess is as a fun, and it's as a curriculum, it's helpful the curriculums. These kinds of things they will interpret for their students. Then after at the final months, we'll send out trainers, and we'll train for the month. Then after we'll organize their event in every schools of that organizations. Then after, our plan is to qualify 1 woman and 1 male and 1 female players. Then from 2,000 schools, they will come to compete for the national championship. After the national championship, we will provide them full scholarship up to grade 12. That is our plan, and we have a MOU for the 5 years. And in this case, there is one difficulties. Little bit now, we are facing that difficulties about the equipments. We told them we will provide you equipments in the 50% less that could be purchased down in the existing rate. We can reduce 50% for the goods. For the chessboard, we are ready to do chess sets. But for the FIDE authorized chess clocks, 2010 chess clocks, how can we purchase in the minimum rate? And that is one of my questions.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood you. You would like to find a way to have a discount or something on the price of clocks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
Just for the chess clocks.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think in general, I don't know the situation in Nepal of how many, let's say, suppliers you would have. Sometimes I would say one general advice would be to make competition. Like, okay, you find different quotes and you check which one is the most interesting for you as a federation. But I don't know if you have this opportunity to have several suppliers, or if one of them has the full control on the market or something like that. But that would be my advice.
I heard one thing, that if FIDE will request for the DGT, then they will give some discounts.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm not much aware of this kind of possibilities, but
Me neither, but Daram, if you can write an email to us, we could probably investigate and find an answer to you, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Just, Laurent, before you finish, the president and deputy chair of management board, Dana, asked me to send their best regards to everyone and thank everyone for your dedicated time and for your cooperation. And thanks for being so involved into our discussions. And they just hope to see you tomorrow at the General Assembly.
Yes, thanks a lot, Kema. Thank you all for attending and for staying longer than expected. I apologize again for the delayed start. I really hope this was beneficial, and you know where we are. We are in the commission. So if you need to reach us out of this context, you are always welcome. We wish you good luck for your projects and a good health and a good year end as we are reaching the end of 2023. All the best to all participants, and thanks again for being here.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Yeah, and we want our certificate for the course, huh?
Sorry?
Come again?
She's asking for certificates for the course.
Please, we need certificates for this course. We spent all of our time.
And well done, Tepiso and everyone for staying through. Well done.